Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polemic Day. Before we get started, um, where do I even go with this? There's a couple things I want to hammer. You'll notice we don't even have chat up right now. I do want to mention something. I found out literally about 22 minutes ago. 22 minutes ago, as I was getting ready for this, as I was preparing for the stream, I got news that Sean Connery died sometime recently. So, with your permission, I'd like just a quick moment of silence for that. As I always say, as a friend of mine once said, no matter what else you add to death, death sucks. Now, before we begin, once again, you'll notice I do not have chat up at the moment. So if anybody's saying anything, um, I want to start by describing what's going on here. Just kind of give a little thing. Because we actually have several new viewers who've never actually been here for a Polemic Day before. We've described it in brief, of course. But we've never really... there are people who've never been here for this. So I just want to talk about this briefly. I'm not really 100% sure how this became a thing, how this became a tradition. But several years ago, at this point, like 5, 6 years, it's been a bit. We decided to go ahead and just allow controversial topics on Halloween. And we were going through, and that just kind of became a tradition, like most traditions do. It just kind of bumbled its way into existence. Well, I suppose I can start the music now that we're done with that part. Nice, happy, bright music. Don't worry, nothing to be afraid of. I figure this is very appropriate Halloween music. Now, in order to properly describe this, I want to address two things that are very important. First is that I have the music slightly too loud, so we're going to turn that down a bit. There we go. The first thing is that the two rules still apply. The two rules kind of always apply, but it is worth noting that Rule 0 is absolutely going to be enforced today. It is extremely rare that we've had issues. In fact, there have been 2 polemic days ever where we have had to delete the VOD. Just 2. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can tell that this is the norm. And if you are not, well, if there's no YouTube VOD by tomorrow, you can tell that this became VOD number 3. Several of my mods actually specifically asked me not to go ahead and do Polemic Day this year because this is 2020, and enough said. Nevertheless, I have faith in you guys, but Rule 0 does still apply. And if you have to ask what Rule 0 is don't be a dick. That's really what that boils down to. We can disagree. We can even have, strong disagreements with each other. But what you cannot do is sub while I'm in the middle of this. I heard that, but again, I don't have chat up. So could someone jot down who that was? Because I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm not getting distracted. Don't be a dick. Real simple. Rule 1 is I still retain executive veto. So I still have the right to not answer any questions, and I still have the right to just kind of kunk if I need to. That's pretty much never actually had to have been enforced. But the worst that will end up happening is you will say, hey, Lore, what do you think about Star Wars Episode 9? And my reaction will be to say, nope. Now, traditionally and historically, most of the times what we end up doing here is the questions come so rapid fire and so quick and so thorough that I may skip a few questions because so much stuff and so many topics are running through chat so quickly. I don't know if that's going to happen this year, but I just mentioned that because if I don't respond to you verbally, it's not because I'm ignoring you. If I have decided to executive veto you, I will say so. If I don't say anything to you, it will mean that I did not actually read your message. Make sense? That's it. Rule 0, Rule 1. That's all there is to that. I want to talk about one other thing really quickly, and that is, what is a controversial topic? Well, a controversial topic is a topic that follows 2 criteria. The first criteria is the one that comes up the most, and the one I usually use when describing it. A controversial topic is when something goes, right? Oh my god, that hurt my throat doing that. Let me try that again. A controversial topic is a topic that people cannot discuss like reasonable human beings. That's really all that boils down to. A topic that ends up with people ranting or screaming or raging or angering each other, and basically something that stops being a topic and starts being a target. Anything that kind of pulls that sort of thing into that sort of category is a controversial topic. That can and does include things like abortion, or homosexuality, or Star Wars, or Star Trek. Now, it is also probably worth noting that what a controversial topic is varies wildly. And you're probably thinking, how could you even possibly keep track of that? That's such a malleable definition. That is the point. I've had the no controversial rule since I was 13. Not a joke, not an exaggeration. It has been a long time. And the way I tend to look at it is what is controversial at the time, place, and for whom you're talking to or with. To explain that a little bit, when I was in 8th grade, I actually could not discuss homosexuality at all. I couldn't say, why are people against gays? I don't get it. I couldn't say that because it was a controversial topic. We've moved a little bit past that, so I can say that without any particular fear or worry now. Because the time's changed, right? What is controversial changes based on the time. There's usually at least 1 or 5 hot-button topics at any given point in time, which I tend to just sort of avoid. The next thing, of course, is whether or not the specific place I'm at. That is fairly self-apparent. What is controversial in the States is probably not controversial in Britain. And to be perfectly blunt, even saying the States is dismissive there because each individual state has its own things, where I can say X in one state, but I can't say Y in another state. And sometimes it gets down to the city level. Or say, talking online on a stream or a YouTube video. This kind of technically qualifies as the largest blanket when it comes to controversial topics, which is why I avoid such a huge number of topics when it comes to my show. This is actually one of my remixes. You guys don't want to hear this. Sorry, it's on random. because the place part of the equation is hitting effectively everywhere, right? You know, this is worldwide, this stream and this show, so not a lot about that. Why am I doing... Oh, I see the problem. Sorry. Anyways, I'll fix that later. So that's place. The final thing is target. This is the easiest to explain, because what is controversial for one person is not controversial for another person. This is the one that comes up the least. This is usually just with regards to personal interactions with individual people. There are things I will not discuss with my sister that I will discuss with my mum, and vice versa. Because what is controversial to one person is not controversial to another. What this means is that I have to constantly keep track of that sort of thing, but that's okay because that's just kind of how my mind works in general. I'm not a very I need to have rules kind of a person. Now, having said all that, I guess that's it? I think that's the main things I wanted to cover. Oh, no. There was one other thing. Sorry, there was one other thing. Some of you are probably wondering... Laura, you're dumb and stupid and an idiot. And you're absolutely right. I am dumb, stupid, and an idiot. All three of those things. I'm also ignorant. But the main point is I have been asked many times in my life why exactly this rule hasn't been abolished as I get older. The problem is the exact opposite has happened. I do this thing. I believe in the concept of reevaluation. I know that sounds strange, but there it is. And what I mean by that is I firmly believe in the principle and concept, the philosophy, if you will, of constantly reevaluating. Not constantly, but periodic reevaluation. Why am I doing something? Should I still be doing something? It's one of the reasons the nature of the show has changed so much. By the way, we'll be having a big topic about that tomorrow. I hope you guys are going to be there for that because we're going to be discussing that. It's one of the reasons why, you know, I constantly re-examine how I do certain things in my real life. And I'm just talking about little nitty-gritty stuff in addition to the more broader strokes, right? The no controversial rule is one of those things. Constantly have to re-examine in order to determine should this thing continue to be a thing. Because A, I don't believe in the concept of doing something just frickin' 'cause. I'm not a big traditionalist. And B, and more importantly, really, if you reevaluate and determine that you are doing the right thing, you now have a greater appreciation for why it is the right thing to do. over the years, every year, in some cases every few months, I have reevaluated this no controversial rule. Every single time, without fail, it has been confirmed. So, yeah, no, the no controversial rule is absolutely something that absolutely is going to continue to be a thing in my everyday life. And I want to point that out, too, because this isn't just a thing with regards to the show. If you walked out, if you were a close friend of mine who lives 20 minutes that way, and I went to visit you, and you were like, hey, let's talk about Star Wars Episode 9, my reaction would be, no. So having said all that, that's all the prefab. Now, I heard there was a sub in the middle there. I'm going to actually pull up chat now. And we're going to scooch down to here. As you can see, we've got the rules. Are we set up properly? Yep, we're set up properly. It was a Rathrobo. Thank you, whoever that is. Now, I do have some topics today. Because I always have a couple topics prepped. But if you give me a moment, I want to jot that down first. Arathrobo. Civilization 2. Thank you very, very much, Arathrobo, for the sub. Always appreciate. Thank you. What's my favorite color? White and black. Yes, you did, S.A. Ross. Wait, that was his 2 years anniversary? Holy crap. I guess I can check the log for that, because it should actually tell. It was! Thank you so much, Arathrobo. 2 years of support. You are awesome. Thank you very much. I'll put the 2-year special on Civ 2 as a direct consequence of that. Thank you, sir. Rules. Rule 0. Rule 1. I keep re-emphasizing this. So far, we've been cool. We haven't had any issues. Let me move chat over here so I can look at it. And now people are subbing, of course. That's just the whole stream's going to be... Please don't do that. Please don't make the whole stream subbing. Nobody wants to watch that. Get rid of that. Hang on, I can just scroll back down. I have a lot of notes right now. So forgive me. Wait, is this the right notes? Are these the right notes? Do I have notes about the 1984 thing? Or 1892, excuse me, getting my dates wrong. This is why I write this stuff down. I do not. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'm not prepared for donations. I was not ready for that. Of all the things I was ready for today, and I spent like a good hour prepping for today's stream, looking up factoids and making sure I was up to date on a few things. I was not ready for donations. Thank you very, very much, Colin Peluso. Always appreciate. Thank you. I put that towards Hollow Knight. Morbid amount of joy. Okay, so I'm sorry. I probably already missed questions in the middle of this. What do I think about Rex Simus not finishing his lines yet? He has a lot of lines. He's very busy. He'd better get frickin' on it. I've given him over a year. I understand that life is life, but damn it. That's fine, Larian. I have other things to remind me of that. Besides, that has so many possibilities for abuse. You can ask me about the president. I don't have much of an opinion, to be completely honest. But you can ask about whatever. Like I said, I have some topics. City skylines. See, the problem... Oh, yeah, some people... let's actually talk about that for a second. Some people are wondering what's going on with the game. I do actually have a game over there. I saw Luneruth, which is how I'm pronouncing that in my head. I have no idea if that's correct. I have already adjusted all of the Word docs, as well as the spreadsheet, and the actual credits file, which is in the edit thing, the thing that's going to go at the end of the video, the very last video. So, anyways, game. Specifically speaking, I usually what happens on Polemic Day is we've tried to run a game, and then after a few... No, Mr. Red. And then after a few minutes, we have stopped playing the game because you guys have asked so many questions that I have to think about. There is a very small number of games I could play, probably about 5, which I can play without having to... This is your fault, SA2K. Without having to lose my concentration. Games that allow me to just play and, you know, continue talking without losing pace. I actually have one of those loaded right now. But whether or not we play it or not is debatable. But if you're wondering why we're not playing games today, it's because this is a talkie stream. The game is kind of extra. It's bonus points. It's called the blank screen. How did you know? No, it's not Super Metroid. I thought about Super Metroid. That is one of the options. Which depends on how long today goes, because Polemic days, I mean, this is the most free-form stream I do. There's not really a lot of structure to this one. How do I feel about Dark Souls games? Dark Souls 1 is a very well-made, very well-crafted game that I despise, and I don't enjoy the Dark Souls games at all. That's not a controversial topic, I can just talk about that. Am I prepared for trick-or-treaters? I don't get trick-or-treaters when we don't have a pandemic. Opinion on how the U.S. has responded to COVID-19. You ever study Spanish flu? Because I have. Because I love history. I absolutely love going into history. And if you look at the United States response to the big flu pandemic back in the early 1900s, I'm not sure what to call that. 1910s, 1920s? I'm not sure what range to call that. But anyways, if you look at the United States response to that, it is startlingly 1-to-1 for what we've been doing now. So by all means. I actually don't know how New Zealand has responded. By the way, there's going to be a lot of ignorance answers to your questions because I actually go out of my way to avoid news media. I can explain that really quick. Well, I love learning and I love research. I like actually getting information. You know, I like actually getting knowledge from my studies, not blatant lies, I think is the nicest way I could put that. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on a second, Laura. What do you mean by blatant lies? Give me just a second. You're probably thinking that's just a modern perspective. No, back when I was in high school, I actually took several classes on television productions, and I think I've talked about this before. I actually did a little bit of production work for the local TV station. And while I was there, one of the things people were asking was, what's the point of news media? What's the point of television? I was the only kid who answered, the point is to make money. That is the goal of the station. That's the goal of the news station. I was correct. And you might think, well, yeah. But the problem is, when the only goal, this goes back to priority list. If you forgive me for preaching for just a second, because I've talked about this before, and I think this is really important for understanding most of human society. Priority lists, right? So let's say you want to, let's use the direct example here. Let's say you want to make money, distribute information, and let's say gather attention to yourself. How's that sound, right? 3 things. Now, if you don't understand why this is significant, because you're like, well, those 3 things don't seem incompatible, and you're absolutely right. But what most, by which I mean all, people tend to do, especially at an organizational level, is they tend to organize these into a priority list, which is most important over the others. So gathering information, if that's the most important thing, okay. But the problem is that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the money. When money is more important than the information you're gathering or the attention you might be gathering, then you are willing to just be lackluster on these lower 2 things because this is higher priority. This is not hard to understand. If you give me one more time to rant about this, I know I'm missing questions in the chat. Give me just a second. If I am washing carrots, which I tend to do every morning, I wash my carrots to make sure they're all nice and clean and neat. If my priority list has get this done as quickly as possible as the highest thing, then I will accept being capable of not doing a thorough job on washing or not catching the occasional bad carrot which slips through, which are lower on the priority list. The higher things on the priority list mean the lower things can slide. That's the point of a priority list. You see then why the problem is if making money is the top point of the priority list, other things tend to be problematic, historically speaking. Not trying to be preachy, I'm just saying this is an issue for a lot of companies, including, of course, social media. And by social media, I mean news media, sorry. Social media has some overlap there, but I meant news media. Okay. What did I miss? What's my opinion of people wearing masks wrong? Let me sidestep that question and instead answer the masks question, because I'm surprised that hasn't come up yet. Let me go ahead and say something that is extremely controversial for some goddamned reason. I am 100% in favor of the mask enforcement policy. In fact, several places where I live, I can't even go inside certain stores or places unless I have the mask on. Now, I want to explain why, if that's okay with you, rather than just flipping a switch and saying I'm binarily in favor of something, if that's cool with you. In this, it's as with everything in my life, it's a case-specific thing. So, what I'm looking at is a situation where you don't necessarily know that you're infected. Because not only do symptoms not always show, but symptoms are not necessarily the same, and of course some people are asymptomatic carriers. So, in other words, it's entirely possible that you are not aware of the fact that you're sick. Now let's add variable number 2. The fact that it is actually quite difficult, at least here in the States, to become tested for whether or not you are sick. Because it is, well, let me give it to you this straight. A friend of mine, a close friend of mine, actually got tested and was like, hey, let's go ahead and do the swabs and send her the results. And the results came back in about 3 weeks. It's a little under 3 weeks. It's like 20 days, 18 days, something like that. If you're not familiar with the point is, by the time that time had passed, he would already know with total certainty whether he was sick or had gotten over it. And even if he was sick, he would have gotten over it or died. So, in other words, because of these 2 points, we don't really have a good barometric for whether or not someone is actually going to be a carrier, someone who is going to spread the disease. Therefore, in order to make sure that the situation is covered, we just go ahead and apply a blanket policy. Everyone wears masks, that way we're covered, because we're not sure who actually needs to wear the masks, right? Now you're probably thinking, well, usually you don't apply with blanket things, and I don't, but that brings us up to point 3. Point 3 is the most important one of all. It's not that big of a frickin' deal. Speaking as someone who has breathing issues and who wears the glasses, it is not that big of a deal to wear a mask. It is a minor ask for people to do this in order to accomplish a much larger gain. This is a simple economic equation. I am spending 10 cents to get $1. So that's my overall opinion on the mask situation. I have several. I keep them clean, and I wear them when I go out. Very simple. Well, I can't either, hazardous. And that's my response to that. I don't have any stylized masks. I thought about getting a... What song is this? There we go. There we go. There's a good song. Then he has a gun, hazardous, and therefore that's the problem. Doesn't have anything to do with the mask. Now, I don't wear a mask here because there's not really a lot of reason to. I mean, why would I? I do, however, wear a mask when I go out and about. Very simple. This is really... Anyways, I thought about getting a customized mask, but so I would have to either make one my own or the end. That's pretty much the end of that statement, because nobody makes one that I actually want, and most of the places that make custom ones are rather overloaded. Anyways, so what's my personal opinions on candidate Joe Biden? So let me ignore your question and instead answer the overall question of the presidential election. Now, hang on, Samurai Jack, because that's a good question. Oh, that's cool, Shadow Machine. It's one of my prepared... I actually have several prepared topics about that. I figured that would come up more than other things, and it's one of the things I wanted to talk about, because statescraft is something that is actually a hobby of mine. You probably wouldn't know that from knowing me, but... Yeah, anyways. So, presidential election. I don't care that much, if I'm being 100% real. But here's the thing. I do also have to admit that the executive branch is something that I've been re-examining lately. Now, to be clear, this year happens to be a senatorial election year as well, and I will go ahead and recommend that people vote for the Senate, because that matters more. to be as perfectly blunt about that as I possibly can. Let me explain a parallel here. Give me a second. So let's... how many of you have heard about the debt limit? Now, I'm not talking about this to talk about the debt limit. I'm just trying to make a point here. I figured this is one of the most efficient examples, and I wanted to use a specific example rather than just speaking in generics. All right, so the executive branch is responsible for two things. Actually, it's responsible for like 30 things. And let's not get into the fact that there's also the cabinets, which are under the executive branch. And they're appointed, by the way. They're appointed by the president. It's one of the few actual powers the president has. But tax collection, budget spending. Those are two things the executive branch is responsible for, okay? Therefore, you'd say the presidential election matters because the president is the person who's going to be in charge. Well, the staff, the executive branch, is going to be in charge of going ahead and gathering taxes and then going ahead and spending taxes, right? Logic. Well, here's the thing. The way this works is the Senate is actually the organizational body that determines, or excuse me, the Congress, is actually the organizational body that determines the budget. The president can suggest budget stuff, they can make budgets, and they often do. In fact, it's really, really common. I'm sure you've heard a few dozen examples within the last 50 years of presidents saying, here's my new budget. Those budgets are submitted to Congress for approval. Congress actually makes the budget. So, point one. Here's the other funny one, though. Because the United States is bonkers, what happens is the executive branch is legally required to spend the money in the budget. However, there's also a thing called a debt limit, which... Let me explain. Let me rewind a second. Here's how much we're going to collect from taxes this year. Here is how much budget we have allocated for this year. Now, you can already see the problem here. But it's okay. It's okay. Because in just about any other country, all you have to do is just figure out something to decrease this gap. Cool. In this case, however, we have something called a debt limit. The Congress limits how much money can be borrowed, even despite the fact that they themselves have legally mandated that the executive branch has to spend the money that they have already approved. So, I appreciate your race, Cat. So that means they have to raise the debt limit or otherwise do something in order to allocate this money in order to spend the money to pay the bills that have already been accrued for the government functions that the executive branch has already spent. Now, if you're paying attention to all this, all the power sits on the Senate. All of it. That's my point. Let me use a different analogy, because I wanted to use a specific example, but this reminds me a lot of something that I've actually seen in real life in corporate society. It's called a consultant. You see, the consultant is someone who will show up and say, I'm creating a problem that I can now solve while blaming someone else. That's Congress. Now, ignoring the obvious problems with that, which I don't want to get into right now, the point is, who are taking the seats, especially in the Senate specifically, those are the ones who are far more responsible for the actual day-to-day management and function of the country. So, please vote on your senatorial elections, because, well, that brings us to party and partisan politics, which, God, that's a whole other topic, which, honestly, I don't want to get into right now. I mean, we can and we will. It's one of my topics I want to talk about today. But party politics can go to hell. Moving on. Truly controversial topic. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? No, thank you. If you want to go ahead and have pineapple on your pizza, that's fine. I don't really care. But I do not like pineapple or Canadian bacon on my pizza. No, thank you. I don't know who the squad is, Baronessa? My favorite pizza? I don't think I really have one, but actual deep dish would probably be my answer. As in, you know, the kind of thing where it's like this tall, but that's not bread, that's filling. You know, it's an actual pie with pizza. You know, a real deep dish pizza. That's amazing right there. At that point, the toppings barely matter. Basil pesto on pizza? Vomit. No, thank you. Funniest thing to happen to me this year? Oh, geez, I don't know. Yes, I do actually know hazardous. I have no idea. I can't think of anything funny off the top of my head. I'm sure there's been some. As far as toppings, I prefer meat, as in like actual meat. You know, like shredded beef or like rib meat. Rib meat pizzas. Oh, those are great. Worried about the consequences of COVID-19 on mental health. I mean, I'm worried about mental health in general, if I'm being completely honest, because people have no idea how to deal with mental health. Not just because of the obvious issues with lack of understanding with regards to this thing up here in our skull, but also because of the fact that there's a lot of societal barriers to actually understanding and dealing with mental health that we are still trying to smash through as quickly as possible, and are often failing at. Chicago style? Deep dish. I don't care what you call it. It's this. AOC, I don't know who any of those people are, Bernice. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and just claim ignorance on that one. Thoughts on the Cyberpunk 2077 delay? Mismanagement. That's not controversial. We've actually been talking about that over the past week. Mismanagement. Just the same damn thing that's been a problem with CD Projekt Red for years. It's nothing new. Anybody who's... I can't believe you're even asking me that, Tigzar. I have been talking about the mismanagement of CD Projekt Red for literally years at this point. Rise of Skywalker? I guess that is an allowed topic, because it is today. Because Lord knows Star Wars is a controversial topic right now. For some reason. Anyways. So, yeah, Rise of Skywalker is a surprisingly entertaining film that has absolutely nothing to do with Star Wars and doesn't link up at all with the rest of the Star Wars setting. That's the summary right there. That's the quickie. I've never watched it a second time. At this point, I probably never will. I don't own it. I own Episode 1, but I don't own Episode 9. Make of that what you will. Did I actually like The Last Jedi? Well, I actually had a stream about that one, Spartan. But the answer is yes and no. There are specific individual parts of The Last Jedi which I thought were pretty good. And then there was the rest of it. So, no thank you. Thank you very, very much, Mike. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. I'll put that for Democracy 3. Give me a sec. Where's my notes? Here we are. One. There we go. Do I have theories on how the Emperor created and manned the Death Fleet in Rise of Skywalker? Yeah, bad writing. No, really. I'm not even going to try to come up with an in-character explanation for that. It's dumb. Opinion on Unity versus Unreal Engine 4. Well, they're both engines that I don't know much about. However, I will say that in my experience, while both have issues, Unity tends to have less issues. Oh, speaking of which, I need to add a gameplay negative to Outer Worlds. Thank you for reminding me. I actually thought about that last night. Gameplay negative, there we go. For the engine, by the way, in case it's not obvious. There we go. Okay, anyways, moving on. Yeah, actually, you want to hear something weird? I kind of enjoyed Aliens 4. I certainly enjoyed it more than Aliens 3, but let's not get into that. That's true, Necro. Unity is very easy to convert, but Unity has its own issues. I don't want to sound like it's a perfect engine. I mean, I haven't really seen much with regards to a perfect engine. Someone else says, thoughts on the Snyder Cut? No thoughts whatsoever. Seriously, I got nothing on that. I do actually talk about that in the Enterprise Rumination, Silvermass, so if it's okay with you, I'm going to go ahead and pass on that, because, I mean, I rant about it for like 10 minutes, which probably answers you. But I say recent Star Trek shows work as a Star Trek show. That's a good question. Okay, so, if you don't mind my sharing, I have gone out of my way to not watch the new Star Trek stuff. Now, you're probably thinking, but lore, why? Well, there's two big reasons. The first is time. I really do not have time to watch a television show in my life right now. Right now, I haven't been doing my dailies in STO. Oh, I should do that while I'm talking. I haven't been doing my dailies in STO because 20 minutes is something I don't have in my life right now. That's not exaggeration. I'm not trying to get sympathy. That's just where I'm at right now. So, I do not have time. Now, having stated that, there is a second reason why I have deliberately gone out of my way to not watch the new Trek. And you could probably already answer the question for yourself. Yeah, I'll put it up on screen. Give me a second. Come on. Can anyone guess why? It's kind of an experiment, if I'm being honest. But the experiment has succeeded so far. People are dicks. I mean, that's related, but that's not the core reason. The point is, so far, I have successfully avoided the noise, and I'm going to call it that, on, the controversy around Star Trek by virtue of not watching it. People can't call me an apologist or a whatever. Hang on just a sec. There we go. Because I haven't watched it. And so far it's worked. So far it has been a successful tactic that I have managed to avoid that entire category of just the whole thing, just avoiding the whole topic. Because I haven't watched it. Lore, come on. There we go. I haven't seen Clone Wars Season 7 yet, so... If I was to collect and paint Warhammer 40k miniatures, which would I get? 2. I would either go with the Orcs, because Orc green is best, or I would go with the Tau, because they look cool. It sucks and it's awful, Sacred King. I don't know what else to say about that. Well, we'll see, Linnea because, at some point or another, it is going to become my job to talk about it, and at that point, we will get there. Remember, priority list. Priority list number 2 is avoiding the controversy, but priority list number 1 is I don't have frickin' time. So, when it becomes my job to talk about it, priority 2 will no longer matter, because it will be my job. Sense, Mike? Because we are going to get there eventually. We're currently, from my perspective, I'm currently going through Enterprise, and I've already finished TOS, and I have to do TAS. But once we are done with TAS and ENT, the next thing on the docket will be Discovery and possibly just Discovery. I haven't decided yet, if I'm being honest. It's like 3 years out at this point. No Necrons? Yeah, the Necrons look kind of cool, but eh. No, we're doing TAS. It's okay. Having an entire show be a lamentation will be a new experience. Hang on. I need to scroll up a bit. Shishki asked a question. How come I do one big break for YouTube stuff instead of planning out through the year? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. First of all is scheduling. Second of all is, I guess, morale. And third of all is efficiency. Let me use an analogy to try and answer you, Shishki. Let's presume for a moment that you are an airplane pilot, and you are flying airplanes. Now let's... Oh, are you kidding? This is my favorite ship. I love this thing. And not just because it looks like a Star Destroyer. No, Stargate would land under the Stream of Nations. Mondays and Tuesdays are for Star Trek. The end. Anyways. So... You're a pilot, okay? Now, let's say for a moment that you are flying a plane. Come on. Ugh! This stupid ship. And you are flying from all around the airports. Now, if I was to switch back and forth between streaming and then YouTubing and streaming and YouTubing, the equivalent would be every time I switch airports, I have to jump out of the plane, get into a new plane, relearn how to fly the new plane, figure out the new navigation, probably even go to a completely separate area, because it's such a monumentally different mentality and focus doing the ruminations as compared to streaming. Then I would have to do the same thing back to go back to the previous thing. Instead, what I do, to continue the analogy, is I get in the one plane, and then I fly between its airports until I'm done. Once I am done with that one plane, like the Enterprise ruminations or whatever, then I switch to another plane. It is way more efficient. It's far more productive. It helps me to keep my thoughts straight. It helps me to keep everything mentally focused on and blah, 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 and to keep track of everything. It's basically better in every way. That's why I do it in one big block. But I wanted to explain the why. This is the kind of thing that I would encourage in my own people if I was actually a manager. Because the opposite would be the kind of thing I've actually had to interact with in my real life back in, when I was working a day job. Do I have to physically arrange stuff? Yeah. The recording setup is slightly different, but not really. I mean, the outfits I wear and the stylings of the lighting I use is different, and the software I use is different as well. Not that that's a big issue. So I probably missed a billion questions there. Thoughts on Kingdom Hearts Mom? She doesn't exist. Do I find Sundays more enjoyable after MLP? Yes. Thank you, Maple Kingda. If the Mass Effect remaster actually comes out, will it spawn new outrage if they don't do anything, just the ending? I mean, everything spawns outrage, so real outrage? No. Will I be outraged? No. I've been doing this YouTube stuff for almost 10 years. 9 years, actually. Do I consider myself successful? No, but thank you. Republic at War mod for Empire at War will it count as a moderate expansion pack mod. It'll be treated as a completely separate thing. What kind of ship is this? This is the Dominion Jem'Hadar carrier. It is beautiful and awesome and wonderful. It's my favorite ship in this game. I actually have several. I still have my Galor, which is a very old thing. And... oh, Melody... you gotta clarify! Melody of Memory. Okay, thoughts on Melody of Memory? None. Haven't even looked into it. Don't care. Probably will never stream it. Still haven't gotten my Kingdom Hearts VODs back, by the way. Thanks to that. Come on, hit me. What else? You see what I mean by being able to play a game while talking? This is important. It's okay. This is a low priority thing. I currently have, I believe this is the Terran Empire shield on. Pretty sure. Do I feel outraged about... hang on. Do I feel the outrage overload we're seeing right now is diminishing the strength of things we should be outraged about? Yes, but I also don't think that's a new problem. I think that has always been a problem. I call that signal-to-noise ratio. What would return WoW to being the state of my home? Nothing. It is not possible. It's gone. That's not something that can be returned once lost. It's not how that works. To use an analogy, let's assume for a moment that you have a place... no, I have not, Jordan. Let's say you have a place that's your safe place. It's where you're relaxed, it's where you're comfortable. Someone breaks in, steals your stuff, beats you over the head. So, what will it take for that place to now be a safe place? The answer is nothing, because it's never going to be. The answer is to move. Or, since you probably can't, because money and time, the answer is just to live with the fact that that is no longer your home. Cloud over Noctis any day of the week, especially in FF7R1, because he was very well presented in FF7R1, my opinion. Do I like the States? Yes, actually I do. I am not... hang on. One moment. Gotta concentrate for just a second. It's okay. I keep that ready just for that. You notice I stay out for a while, for those of you familiar with what I'm doing. Hang on. I'm falling behind. Do I like the U.S.? Right, that's the question I was answering. I don't mind rooting for the team. I don't. It's when we get to extremisms that I think people have issues. And I do think that life is not actually that bad, which I know is funny to say, but I stand by that statement. It's the kind of thing I usually would only say on Controversial Day, but, you know, whatever. Being employed, what kind of tax breaks do I get? None! Tax breaks. You're funny. No, I pay double what most normal people pay in taxes, And I also get absolutely no tax credits whatsoever, except for business expenses, which are very strictly defined, especially in my job. No, I spend more in taxes because here in the States, they are more pro-larger corporation than they are small business. That's not just for me and my own self-employed self, by the way. If you go to a local restaurant or, locally owned mom and pop shop, they have the exact same problem. Arguably worse, but that's debatable at that point. Yeah, no, the tax code here in the States is one I don't agree with. I don't want to say it's terrible, because it's actually trying to accomplish a very specific goal. It's just I don't agree with that goal. But that's a matter of opinion, not fact. By the way, to say in summary, the goal in question is to try and encourage large-scale corporations rather than small-scale businesses, because large corporations have a greater chance of actually succeeding, and therefore have a larger chance of not only giving to, I don't know what word, I just lost the word there. Giving to the economy in general, as well as to ensuring that people remain employed. Now, anybody who knows anything about the United States tax code knows that that's not how... Contribute, thank you, God. Anybody who knows anything about the United States tax code knows that's not what happens in practice, but that is the theory. I just disagree with the theory, because I think the more we focus on large corporations, the more we have the problem we're facing, and have been facing for approximately 1 billion years. Slight exaggeration. Do I think tipping should go away and service should make a flat wage? Yes? Question mark? So the reason I hesitate on that one is because I'm totally down for them making a good wage, but that's the thing. You didn't say do they make a good wage, you said they make a standard wage. So if you add the word good to that sentence, the answer will then become a definitive yes. I'm one of those people who thinks that the people at the bottom rung of the economy should actually make more money. And I know that's an extremely controversial topic, but believe it or not, I do actually legitimately think that, and not just because of the fact that I myself have been so poor that I've literally lived in a ditch. It's because of the fact that there is a lot of real and legitimate value, even from a purely pragmatic... Oh, I don't have any people right now. Even from a purely pragmatic perspective, even from a perspective that discounts morality or decency or any kind of philosophy, from just the perspective of money, nothing else, realpolitik, I think that there is a legitimate value in economically valuing the people who support the infrastructure of a society. Plumbers, electricians, garbage disposal people, waiters. You get me? Now, that is my opinion, because the economy is not something I can state with total fact on anything. We'll pick you. But that is my opinion, and I've only been more convinced of that as time has gone on. Sorry, that was a long answer. I know I'm missing questions. You see what I mean by the rapid-fire thing? If I don't respond to you, I didn't see your question, so please feel free to repeat it until I finally do. Do I think Essential Heroes in Clone Wars mod for Empire... Wait, what? What do I think the Essential Heroes... That is not a controversial question, Zacto. Exactly, Baronessa. Bingo. Bingo! Thank you for getting that. I'm sorry. I know you have a brain. It's just... You would not be... Well, you would probably not be surprised at all about how many people don't seem to understand that basic fact. Infrastructure. Where do you start with an infrastructure? Do you start with the chimney or do you start with the frickin' bedrock? Anyways, I'm sorry. Moving on. I get upset about that one because it pisses me off how, in my opinion, completely bonkers backwards the economy in the world is, but I'm getting off topic. Dumbest writing decision in any Final Fantasy. Lunafreya, off the top of my head. Yes, even over the basketball scene. What do you think of the FF16 trailer? I mean, it looks okay. It looks cool. You know, I'm very curious where they're going to take it. It looks like they're dragging away from the science fiction elements entirely, which is very strange, since Final Fantasy has had science fiction since Final Fantasy 1. See you around, Zulok. I do hope you have fun. Sorry if I missed any of your questions. I do apologize. EA's being sued. Woo! Doesn't matter. I mean, it'll matter when we have consequences of it, but I haven't looked into it, so all I can say is ignorance. Do I try and date in my free time? You're funny! Free time. Okay, maybe you missed that comment I made earlier about how I usually don't have 20 minutes in my life. Let me repeat myself about not having 20 minutes in my life. Is that it? We're done? Yeah, looks like that's all of them. Yeah, like I said, this TFL I've been really bad about doing because it's a long'un. And I usually don't have time to do this one. I'm going to have to spend coins, Zenny, in order to finish this one. I need to get that ability at some point. If I was trapped in a room and only had one console and 10 games, what would I want? A Switch, And let's go with Mario Odyssey, and then the SNES Classic, and then the NES Classic, and then the Mega Man Collection, and then the Mega Man Mega Man X Collection, excuse me. So it's da 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 da. And the other 6 games don't really matter at that point, if I'm being completely honest. How many hours of sleep do I get a night on average? About 7 to 8. My sleep's been getting better, believe it or not. Especially since I quit seltzer water. I haven't told anyone about that one yet, actually. I'm still technically in the testing phase, but so far it seems that, yeah, no, I need to just quit seltzer water. So that's neat. So that's neat. Best Final Fantasy hairstyle. Sephiroth. No question. Followed by Kuja. Is he gonna get it? Looks like he got it. He got it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, Ring Fit Adventures is something I play literally every day. I've already baked it into my standard exercise routine. So what do I think of the main plot of an RPG? Can romance be the main plot of an RPG? Absolutely. I don't see why not. Spoken to any medical people about why carbonated water is having that much effect on me? Yes, actually, that's why we quit it. I actually quit 3 things all at once, which is, it's a form of troubleshooting, because this is not Star Trek, and I can't walk into a doctor who goes, and then scans me, and then there you go. No, Zach Taft, I just think they're using different definitions than I am. Favorite flavor of seltzer water? I used to prefer Canada Dry. A lot of people misunderstood that and thought I drank ginger, but actually I don't like ginger ale. In fact, ginger ale makes me feel sick. No, I drank Canada Dry seltzer water. Unfortunately, they stopped selling Canada Dry seltzer water, so that went out the window. Instead, I started drinking Polar, which is the brand I had been drinking. I still have 6 cases of in my kitchen. But anyways, my favorite flavor would probably be lime cranberry, specifically. It can be under very specific circumstances, Valvedrix. In my case, it seems to... It's not actually acid reflux or anything else. It's something you guys probably don't want me to talk about, if I'm being completely blunt. I mean, it's not really a too personal thing so much as a TMI thing. You probably do not want to... Actually, fun enough, I do know a local food bank, which I have given food to, Sacred King, so... I'm probably going to do exactly that, assuming that we're still there. What game, movie, or show do I consider a guilty pleasure? Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is a bad game that I enjoy. Also Castlevania 2, which is a bad game that I enjoy. I could probably list more. Van Helsing, the movie. Which is not a good movie, which I enjoy quite a bit. Which game rumination am I most looking forward to doing? Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Why do I think Ubisoft's actually brilliant game development leap keeps getting ignored? Don't know what you're talking about. I claim ignorance on that one. Dude, Van Helsing, I admit the music really sells me on the Van Helsing film. It's really good music, like, unironically, just absolutely great music. Just dun, 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 just great stuff. I'm not going to play it because I get copyrighted to hell, but you get the idea. How do I feel about Sonic the Hedgehog series? There's been some good games. I tend to not like the 2D ones, mostly because I have issues with it, mostly related to the memorization gameplay, as well as the fact that the camera doesn't even know how to zoom out. However, there's been some good games there, and I've enjoyed quite a few of them. Sonic Colors is probably my favorite overall. What was the most spiciest food I ever ate? Good spice or bad spice? Because those are 2 different things. Am I a shapeshifter in the masquerade? Am I a shapeshifter in the masquerade? Both. Good spice would be, there's this wonderful Indian food I had once. I don't even know the specific thing, but it was a form of curry. And when I talked to the waiter came by, he was a great guy, and we were chatting for a bit. He's like, okay, so you gotta actually order something. I'm like, right, sorry. I'd like this kind of curry. I don't remember which kind I got. And he's like, and I do want it to be high. Because you can order low, medium, high. And he's like, and so he immediately tells me, no, you shouldn't get high. Now, that's a good thing. I'm not complaining. No, I'm not sus. Don't worry, Baronessa. So I chose the high heat one because, well, I actually like spicy food, but he does his due diligence, which he should do as a waiter, and warned me, no, really, this is actually very spicy. I was like, and my sister, who was with me at the time, was like, no, don't worry, he really loves spicy food. And the guy was like, okay. And sure enough, it is probably the best Indian food I have ever had. It was so good. Oh, I could still taste it to this very day. This was like 3 years ago. I can still taste it on my tongue. And just, oh, God, it was amazing. It was, however, tear-inducing. Like, I was actually crying while eating it. But, oh, God, I loved it. Do we have any stuck? We do not. We're good. We're good. Let's go ahead and blow this over here. Anywho, so, do I think there's any way to resolve unnecessary conflict in the way Star Trek seems to have? Or do you think people are doomed? I am an idealist, and I think people are innately good. And believe it or not, that's the kind of thing that I get a lot of flack for, but I do stand by that statement. I think people are more good than they are bad. Bad spicy? Just heat is what I call that. I've never heard of eclipse phase. No, I'm sorry. Let's see. Worst heat I've ever had. There was a Mexican restaurant which was selling something, and I gotta be honest, I can't even actually think about the specific... where is everyone? I can't even tell you what the specific dish was, but they were like, hey, we got this, and it's spicy. I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll try it. And there was no flavor. Zippo flavor. It was just heat. Which is why I call it that. Not that I'm aware of, Jobless Poll, no. What's a Hot Ones, Ventures? I'm sorry. A music license for streamers? Hang on. Just 1 second. Excuse me. Yes, you're the person who wants us to get license labels in order to stream. All right, we're good. Knocked over a couple things there. In honor of the Halloween franchise, what's the best horror film franchise? Alien. Do I agree Anakin was popular not only because he was Darth Vader, because the actor is good looking? No. Especially since my personal favorite Anakin is the one who was CGI and voiced by a different person. Sonic 3 and K has gone down in my estimation? I only played it once. I barely remember it. So yes, I suppose the answer to your question. The One Chip Challenge. I don't know what that is. YouTube channels where they ask you 10 questions where you eat progressively spice your wings. No thank you. Were any pillows hurting to make that gag? You hurt? Huh? Huh? You hurt? You dumb idiot? Nope. Pillow's fine. Facebook approaches me and offers me a deal to move to their platform to stream and abandon stream. The deal is nice. Would I accept it? How nice is the deal? Because that would determine that. If Chrono Cross were to come up, would we executive veto it? No. A lot of people want me to stream Chrono Cross and review it. And I can't wait to give a game that is one of the most beloved RPGs of all time a bunch of negatives. I'm given money and team to create a video game with full creative control. What is it? First of all, I'm actually not going to answer you. But it's because I do have legitimate game ideas that I'd like to make someday. But the second answer, which I will tell you, is that I don't have one answer to that. I have closer to 12. I have a lot of video game ideas I've written down that I'd like to make someday. Do I ever worry a race of pillow aliens? No. I'm going to stop right there. Best Command & Conquer game I played? 3 or Red Alert. No. Red Alert 3 followed by 3. Yep, Chrono Cross, yep, it's the best game ever. Amazing video game. It's perfect. Your opinion is 100% correct. Please don't kill me. Favorite movie with Sean Connery in honor of his passing? Let me think about that for a second. I'm leaning towards Untouchables. Untouchables, Last Crusade. Let's stop there. Those two. Those were my pick. In my pick. Yeah, let's switch off with the Town playlist. I'm actually not a huge Bond fan. In the upcoming Floodgate cycle, Just not for another year. Can you get me to ruminate on one of my own rumination instead of a movie? No. That's actually come up before. And before the answer was yes, but we're the autocrat now, so I'm just going to go ahead and say no. That's just going to be a waste of everyone's time, and honestly, you guys don't want me to waste 1/25th of the time I'm spending in a year on something like that. Okay, we'll leave it on this playlist for one more song. The best monsters in Doctor Who? Show up tomorrow, Torchinator. We're talking about it tomorrow. Best plot in an RTS game? Probably StarCraft Brood War off the top of my head. I have to think about that. Either that or Frozen Throne for Warcraft 3. Thoughts on adding more justices to the Supreme Court? Oh, that's a complex topic. The Supreme Court is such a complex topic. I think that's a Band-Aid solution. That's the quickest summary I could give there. Favorite British property? I'm torn between Yes Minister and a bit of Fry and Lowry. Favorite assassin in Assassin's Creed? Ezio. I mean, come on! Well, I've been watching Teen Titans in the future. Which one is that? Because, to my knowledge, there are 3 shows with that name on it. Do I think the larger problems with the Star Wars sequel trilogy stem from a split of vision, 2 directors? So no, but I do think that is a large problem. I just don't think it's at the top of the list. But I will say very firmly that the lack of a mainliner for the sequel trilogy is a very demonstrable and obvious problem. Do I think Sildeer is subbing right now to try and distract me? Yes, I do. Dude, Hugh Lowry's awesome. I mean, I don't even like House. Is that a real sub, by the way, Sildeer? Worst Mega Man game? I've only reviewed 2. So of the 2 I have reviewed, which is Mega Man 11 and Mega Man 7, I would say Mega Man 7 is the worst of those 2. Whoop, you can tell I wasn't looking at the game right there. I was looking at chat. It's my fault. That means I'm just going to have to change my strategy on the second mini-boss. No, we're good. Yeah, it's Supreme Court. Where's the boss? I don't understand. Sorry, just messing around now. No, we're not going to go for it. Like I said, we're just going to do this. We're just playing. The game doesn't matter, Ganassi. We're here to talk. Worst boss in any video game ever? Oh, geez, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Stardew Valley boss. God, why are you guys subbing today of all days? What is wrong with you? Why are you awesome? Ooh, you know what? That's a good answer, Dream Whisperer. Worst boss? Kai Lang. I mean, there have been other Kai Lang bosses, but the fact that I call it a Kai Lang boss says a lot. Whoops, I missed. Holy crap. Favorite Zelda game? Twilight Princess. Don't even have to think about that one. Pause. Thank you, Mr. Red. And thank you, Sildeer, assuming that was a real one. I didn't hear anything from you. Much obliged. Left or right-wing politics? Pass. Now, I want to explain that, though, if that's okay with you. Give me just a second. Let me write down everything. Oh, my God. S. Diesel 1. Hang on. So Mr. Red donated 2, which is this, and those are going towards Kakarot. I didn't hear anything from Sildeer. He's just torturing me at this point. Diesel's awesome. Thank you very much, Diesel. Much obliged with those bits. Thank you. You know where I want this to go, Diesel? So the reason that, I mean, yeah, obviously extremes are bad. Duh. You know, water's wet. But the problem is, and I've discovered this, the moment you pledge the moment you declare for a side, you're branded by both sides, and that just ruins everything. So never in my life have I ever... I actually recently, this is not a joke, about 3 weeks ago, I sat down and did a full in-depth essay trying to... Or not essay, sorry, quiz? When I say quiz, I mean like we're talking like one of those 50, 100 question quiz. It was a big one to try and figure out where I sit on the political spectrum, because I have no idea. I had no idea, honestly. It was actually a quadrant thing. It was authoritarian, or hang on, yeah, authoritarian, libertarian, left and right. And I know where I am on that grid now. I'm not going to tell you, but I was curious where I was at on the compass. But again, the moment you declare for a side, you're screwed. So, nope. Best Tony Hawk game? Never played any. Kind of want to. Want to play that new one that just came out. The remake? Question mark? Well, I think of Commander Shepard. She's kind of dumb, but she's my kind of dumb. The worst made game that I would still recommend a playthrough of? Fallout New Vegas. What? Thoughts on Lightning Returns? It's probably my favorite of the 13 trilogy. I suppose we could segue into talking about political topics, but I feel like we're still getting tons and tons of questions, so let's wait on that. I got topics, but we'll wait until we're out of questions before we go there. How will I handle donations, bits, Patreon things after things are nominated vote? I don't understand that question, Shishki. I'm sorry. Do you mind clarifying? Anything I like about Mega 10? No. Any game from Lore's list I'm really looking forward to streaming? Oh, God, so many Sinister Wing. Like 30, 50, 100. There's a lot of games I'm really looking forward to streaming. Do I like Xenosagas? Not really. But they're better than Xenogears. I actively dislike Xenogears. Do I have faith in Metroid Prime 4? Yep. Oh, wow, I missed the jump. Don't worry, I'm sure you guys will run out of questions. You always do. Really? Watch Dogs Legion? Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Whenever we get there in over a year. Favorite CRPG game for the last decade? Divinity Original Sin 2. Don't even have to think about that one. Best Mario Party? Never played any. Not to any significance. Just screwing up all over the place today. I came up with a bunch, Venters. None of them came in. Am I streaming Shadowlands? That will be up to you in over a year, obviously. What would my reaction be if Trump re-elected? No comment. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I did blow that one off, Mr. Red. I apologize. Pass. Do I have a new MMO home? Nope. FF14 doesn't qualify, and it's the only one close. Do I think cops are OP? Why the hell do I like Starlight? Unfortunately, I can't actually answer that until we get there. But if you want a preview, she is a villainous good person, and I love that archetype. It's extremely rare. Does cornbread cause aliens? Yes. Favorite show I'm embarrassed to admit I like? My Little Pony. I'm past that now, but that's as close as it's gotten in my life. There you go. Lene Ruth. I still hope I'm getting even close to pronunciation there. We'll be streaming Shadowlands. You should go watch her. She's cool. Why is that embarrassing? Well, see, here's the thing. It's embarrassing, and this is why I'm not embarrassed by this anymore. Because people are idiots, I think is the nicest way to put that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so dismissive, but the problem is people are actually judgmental. So people will look at you and look at the worst thing that is an example of something else and associate you with the worst example. Because there are some people who are fans of My Little Pony who are really, really weird and kind of creepy and awful and, you know. Now, the thing is, you could, of course, say the same exact thing about a lot of things, including Star Trek, or Babylon 5, or Mega Man, or whatever, right? I did, Salder. You just kind of vanished off the face of the earth, so I wasn't sure what to do about that one. So the thing is, people will look at you and be like, oh, you're one of them, and they will automatically assume the worst. And that, well, it's understandable, but it's really irritating. He really wants to get on that hook, doesn't he? Oh, you dick. Just delaying me at that point. Do I think it's a cliche when you escape from they played Iron Man? No, that's not a cliche. It's cool. Clarification. So with the current system, people directly nominate and increase party. The new system, people will nominate with any money made than vote. What happens to the contributions after voting is done? They will go towards funding a run, Shishki. Obviously. Favorite sword? Frostborn. It's in the other room. Salder, do you know what you want to put that sub towards, by the way? And thank you for the sub, Salder. And thank you very, very much, Kimmick. Thank you for telling me that I already asked the questions. Somebody, Kimmick, 2. Yeah, the fedora thing. You know what? I like fedoras. I think they look cool. And I have to admit, it legitimately irritates me that people have gone out of their way to try and ruin things by claiming them, by associating things with them. You know what I mean. There are groups of people who have made concentrated efforts to try and claim certain clothings or styles or phrases or words, and they have been made worse by association, and that irritates the piss out of me. Moving on. All S Diesel? All. I'm not sure there's... The only period of history I'm not all that interested in is modern, aka right now. And, like, probably for the past, I'd say 25 years at this point, something like that. that's... So you have Comcast, Saldir. Gotcha. Do you know where you want to put that, Saldir? Do I like the current format of Streaminations more than Ruminations? Yes, 100% yes. Do I think Ice Tray is amazing? Yes, 100% yes. And, oh, that was... I should not have gone for that one. Holy crap. Hi. That was not an easy jump that I just made. Would I ever consider offering my pre-recorded Ruminations early if people are willing to pay for it? That has never come up. I mean, they're already on YouTube right now. They're already scheduled, right? I have, Carwellis. Give me a second. Give me a second. Ice Tray, I don't want to lose my groove on this one. This stage actually is kind of rough for the way I do it. There we go. We'll go right here. Jean-Paul Marat. Don't actually know that name off the top of my head. Sorry. What period of history would be great to make a game about? All. But my actual answer is going to be... let's see. Let's go with World War II, Western Africa. Yeah, the helmet is so worthless. Let's go ahead and pause that, because I need to go see what the heck. What are you doing, Ice Tray? Hang on, I have a lot of tabs up right now, because I have a lot of notes. Here we go. Congrats, Zed Slayer. Here we go. Okay, so I want to be clear. I'd take anchovies over pineapple on pizza. The actual thing that Ice Tray said, and this is not a joke, is you suck and I hate you. I hate you so much I'm going to pay you to pay Pokemon Black and or White. Thank you, Ice Tray. Thank you very, very much. Don't say anything for a few seconds. I'm bowing. Thank you so, so much, Ice Tray. Thank you. I'll put that towards Pokemon Black and White. That might finish that one off. I'll have to look that up. I guess I can check right now. I can just pull up the spreadsheet right now. Because I have all of the formulas plugged in. I can just check. Where's Pokemon? Where's Pokemon? There it is. Yeah, no, that's finished it off. Pokemon Black and White is funded. No, discard. Train of thought. Was I brought up religious at all? Pass. Although, if you want, I could try and explain that a little bit. But the long and the short of it is, in my experience, there's no good reason to discuss religion. At least not in any modern sense. You want to talk about the Protestant faith, or, you know, and by the faith I mean the movement, or Lutheran, you know, Martin Luther's thing, or whatever. Sure, that's history at that point. But modern? Nope. Besides, if I might be so blunt, I don't think it matters. Like, what I may or may not have been through, and may or may not think or believe, doesn't affect anything, so I don't see why it has any relevance. That is correct, Innocence. It has been removed from the category. Saddest thing I've seen in politics? The fact that the Spanish flu became a partisan topic for some reason. I'm not actually joking. That's insane to me. I do also mean COVID. It applies exactly the same. This is kind of a hard fight to do silent, so forgive me for kind of sucking here. Ugh, yep, nope. Couldn't even get my hand in the right thing. What does partisan mean? Your side, my side, your side, my side, your side, my side. Do I think Louis the 16th? I don't remember that one off the top of my head. Does consciousness shape reality, or is reality shape consciousness? I'm trying to think of a meme answer, but I'm not coming up with anything, sorry. Can I quickly explain how Spanish flu was made partisan? Yeah, COVID. The answer is no. The summary is what you just said in your question. This is really hard to do silent, because usually I listen for an audio cue to tell what Storm Eagle's doing. Oop, there we go. Favorite Mega Man X stage? I have a very special fondness for Boomer Kawangers. Which issues caused me to vote for this editorial election? I don't understand that question. Forgive me. Oh, Mr. France Man. I don't actually know that much about him. Never studied him that much. What am I doing next? Speaking of. Well, we're not redoing Babylon 5. Farscape would fall under the Streaminations concept, Spartan. I'm sorry, Hasdus, I missed your question. I know I saw it there, but... When you were voting, which specific issue got you to decide your pick? None? I know that sounds kind of strange. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say something that is actually controversial. You ready for this, guys? Here it comes. If I'm going to only vote based on one issue, then I don't think I should vote. Now, there's actually a lot of gray there. There's a lot of complexity there. Because not everyone has time to research the issues and the individuals and the things they're saying, and then try to look into what they're saying and figure out whether or not they're actually lying or not. Because, okay, obviously they're lying. Try and figure out what they're lying about and how is probably a better way to put that. My family came to this country, what is that, 3 generations up? Hang on. Father, grandfather, great-grandfather. Whatever that one is. From Lebanon in one case, Germany in another case, and Romania in the final case. Why am I going to vote? So... just... I think I'm going to just pass on that one. Hello, game. Oh, I did the stages out of order. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay, we're going to try for the hardest jump in the game, and I'm going to fail at it. And then I'm going to break my hands doing it. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I haven't even practiced this jump, because I don't even do this jump anymore, because it hurts my hands. Do I have loyalty to the US? Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, so, okay. I'm an idiot. Whatever, it's not like this is a real run. We'll just get some other practice in. Yeah, it is possible to make that jump. It actually hurts my hands doing it, so... Sorry, I've missed a few questions amidst that mess up. But, yeah, so, yeah, no, I'm just going to stick with pass on that one. Next. Do I think people should vote if it's based only on their own interests? I don't know. Is the accurate answer to that question? Because that's philosophy, not fact. Now, you're asking me my opinion, which is philosophy. But that does get down to the, well, the meat of the issue, isn't it? It determines... Okay, there's no nice way to say this. The real question boils down to, should people be allowed to rule themselves? That's really what that question boils down to. Whether or not you think that majority rule is a good thing or a bad thing. It's also sometimes summarized as the democracy versus republic argument. Not democratic versus republican. I want to be very clear about that. He actually juked me there. I mean, whether you prefer a democratic government or a republican representative government. It also kind of is related to the states versus federal argument. And I'm sorry, I'm actually concentrating because I'm at 1 health. He's going to hit me right there. Oh, God, that was actually really close. He is just juking me. There you go. Okay, sorry. My answer to the trolley problem. I immediately lay down on the tracks in order to hope that it does not hit the person. Whew. God dang. Anyways, so, let's do the correct stage this time. How do I feel about how U.S. political debates are handled? Okay, this is probably going to be a controversial opinion. I think that debates should be... what's the word I'm looking for? Not controlled. Moderated. That's the word. I think debates should be more moderated. I think there should be a completely neutral party who has no say in things, who is there to be a completely impartial judge, who has the ability to mute the mic if necessary. Oh, come on! There we go. First try. That is not an easy jump. Who has the ability to mute the mic if necessary. And, yeah, structuring the debate so that it doesn't turn into two people yelling at each other. That's my thoughts on that. I don't really feel particularly... I don't know why that's a controversial topic, but apparently it is. Because, I mean, that's how we do actual debates. Like, have you ever done debate class? You know? Oh, I actually outpaced my own weapon there. How do you find a neutral party? Well, you don't. There is no such thing. You find the guy who's willing to be bribed for less. Oh yeah, fact-checking is important too. That's also impossible to find. I mean, if you're going down that route, hazardous, then there should be no debates, to be 100% blunt. What is up with my emulator? Hang on just a second so we can fix that. There we go. Well, I'm not even talking about any recent events, Kemper Valerian. I just think that's how debates should be handled in general, because I think that's how debates should be handled in general. Whether they're for presidential, senatorial, math club, I don't care. Sorry, I'm at the SNES that I am playing this game on as we speak. In extremely legitimate... Look, I own this game like 5 times. Whatever. No, seriously, let's see. I have two... No, I have the original SNES copy. I have the GameCube copy. I have it on the PC, and I have it on the Switch. So I have 4 copies of this game. Piss off, Capcom. Would I change copyright laws? That is actually a more complex topic than it probably looks like. That is, once again, a philosophy question. So let me ask a hypothetical. Do you think I should legally be allowed to make a Star Wars film right now? Assuming I have the means. Let's just ignore that, because that's obvious. Duh. Oh yeah, you're right, I have the SNES Classics. Here you go, I have 5 copies of it. Do you think I should have that ability? And I see some variance in chat, which is why this is a philosophy question and not a straight question. You see the problem? That is the copyright question in a simple and succinct nutshell. Okay, back here. Thank you, Sigma. Sorry. Thank you very, very much for the sub. Very much appreciated. I will go ahead and jot that down for... I already missed it. Tex Murphy. There it is. Did O.J. Simpson do it? I didn't follow that one. Do I think Zelda should be darker? Zelda's plenty dark. Copy left? I don't know, but copy wrong can go to hell. I mean, copy wrong is one of those nonsensical things to me. I mean, just to use a direct example that is currently actively bothering me in my real life right now, there are videos where I have put large number of hours in both the time spent streaming and the time actually spent researching the topics, doing a Kingdom Hearts lore run, and those videos is someone who owns the rights to distribute a song, says that they own all of the content in that video I made, that 8-hour video I made with my time and effort and work and blood and money, streaming their game because there's that one song in it. That's copy wrong. That's pretty definitive. It's the gray areas that's a lot trickier. Anyways, moving on. What am I doing? Anyways, you'll notice I didn't answer that question, nor am I going to. To be truthful, the answer is, I don't know. Because, again, whether the question boils down to, should someone else be allowed to make their own Star Wars film? That is actually the core question right there. That's what copyright law is actually about, really. If you look up real-life copyright laws, the actual reality of real-life copyright laws, which goes back to Queen, I don't remember her name right now, please forgive me, I didn't write it down, had to do with exactly encouraging that. And in case you misheard me, I want to say that again. Encouraging people to make their own Star Wars films under the proviso that the people who own the rights to them own the rights to them for a period of time. That's why there's that gap of how long copyright is held, which has been altered a few times. So anyways, now I'm off track. Where am I going? I'm going here. I'm going here. Hardest boss in the game right here. I'll talk about it in a minute. Which society do you think is worse in Dragon Age? The underground dwarves or the ancient elves or the Qun? The ancient elves. That's not even a question. That is not even a question. No. S. Diesel. Didn't even occur to me, to be completely honest with you. I mean, I'm going to be 100% real. Discussing that rumination at all was always going to be controversial, regardless of what was happening around when it came out. And as you all know, I recorded that last October. So that is just the coincidence from hell on that one. I'd love to say I planned that. You guys know with total certainty, I absolutely did not. I was actually really... This is going to sound like the dumbest thing. I'm really happy that my show has developed to the point where you guys know me and know my patterns and production habits enough that everyone in the comments said, yeah, no, I didn't do that on purpose. Because anyone else wouldn't be able to get away with that, but, you know, you guys know me, and that's awesome. That just, I don't know, that made me happy. Anyways, moving on. Stupid things make me happy, what can I say? By the way, this boss hurts my hand more than anything else in this entire game. No joke, because I have to do jump, dash, dash, jump, dash, dash, jump, dash, dash, move, jump, shoot, shoot, jump, shoot, shoot, jump, shoot, shoot, jump, shoot, shoot, dash, jump, shoot, shoot, jump, shoot, shoot, jump, shoot, shoot. In very short order, in order to be efficient about this. I know there's actually another strategy, but I'm not good enough to do that strategy. Thought about it, Torchinator, but no. I've tried it a few times, it didn't work out. I think the Gorons are awesome. How long do I think we have left? I mean, I have no idea, Hazardous. Hi, Goofy Movie. How much of media would actually be affected if they let copyright dates stay? I have no idea. I really don't. Not a clue. I'm gonna go for this once, because I never get this. There's actually some pseudo... Oh my god, I can't believe I got that. Physics glitches. It's not quite a glitch, it's just the nature of how the game renders terrain. Because this is technically terrain when I generate that ice penguin thing. But it's temporary terrain, and it's moving terrain. So whether or not I can jump on it and dash on it depends on when I hit jump relative to when I hit dash. If I don't say pass, Sildir, then I just missed it. I actually said that at the beginning. I know you weren't there for the beginning. I know you have a drum internet. But if this is... I'll just go ahead and reiterate this. If I don't respond to you, it's because I missed your question, not because I'm ignoring it. I will never ignore your question on Polemic Day. I will say pass if I'm not going to talk about it. Nice and open about this. Excuse me. What do I think of usage of racial slurs that aren't acceptable? Yeah, pass. I'm going to pass on that one. Speaking of which, so there you go. Proof positive. Which game do I own the most copies of? Probably FF6, because there's the... I have 2 copies on the SNES, I have the GBA, I have it on the PC, and I have it on the phone. That's 5 copies. Pretty sure that's the most I got. Wait, I have 5 copies of this game. Oh, crap! Hardest boss in the game. I'm screwing it up, of course, because I had to talk crap. There, whatever, we'll do the easy strat. Hardest boss in the game. Thoughts on legalizing drugs? Not a binary issue, is my thoughts to that. Thoughts on streaming in the wrong category? Well, considering we keep changing games, and frankly, I don't care. Oh my god, why does it say Outer Worlds still? I changed that earlier. I changed that last night. That's my answer to that question. No, Baroness. I mean, yes, but no, is the answer to your question. I seriously changed that last night. I don't know why it didn't update. It still says Outer Worlds. What the crap? Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. What the hell? Thoughts on sex work? Pass. Hard pass. Okay, now it says talk shows. What the hell? Stupid goddamn thing. Have I watched The Mandalorian? Nope, haven't had time. As I discussed earlier when it came to the Star Trek problem, I don't have 20 minutes in my life right now. I certainly don't have however long those shows are to watch them. Sausage or bacon? Bacon. Is The Last Jedi good? That's up to you. That's not really my call. Gonna be a little cautious, actually. Last Jedi is bacon, yes. Apparently, Lucas. Oh no. If I had an NFL team, I'm gonna go with team loyalty and go with the 49ers. Scariest clown in fiction? Let's go with Jokers. Is Shadows of the Empire good? Yeah. The game? No, but the book, yeah. Hello? What? Hello? There we go. That was really weird. Ah, see, Chemic, that's not copyright, though, at that point. That's, you know, do you want to just work on that? Which kind of bypasses the issue. Which shows what I follow after I'm done with MLP if it was completely up to me? In no particular order, Spartan J, who just wants me to pause the game, that's all he cares about, really. Hang on a second. Oh, my mom texted me. That's early. No, I haven't. Spicy Blue Milk. And I'm not sure I want to, just based on that. 1 second. I need to delete this "you should go vote" message really quick. Go away. Thank you. I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping right now. Period. Phone hugs! Exclamation mark. Show-wise, I would probably... Hi, Insana. We're doing okay so far. Nothing too bad. Farscape, Stargate, SG-1, Mandalorian, and Witcher, I think, would be my show choices, in no particular order, again. Oh my god. Nier Automata is super valid. Give me a sec. I wanna... whatever, screw it, I'll just do it right now. Thank you for the bits, S. Diesel. Always appreciate. Thank you. I will put those towards Nier Automata. So I have already, by this point, done my post-TNG and post-DS9 video. That's my answer to you, Zopher. I do hope you'll watch it when it comes out. It'll be in March. I like going to the theaters. The film industry in general needs a kick in its ass. That's unrelated to anything. Cough, cough. But I do like going to theaters, and I will miss the experience, assuming that is where we're going with that. I do not know. Sorry, Dream Whisperer. What's the most important thing to happen in American history? I don't know. According to Outer Worlds, it would be Theodore Roosevelt becoming president. No, seriously, I looked that up in preparation for the rumination. Oh, right. I just forgot what section of the game I'm in. Duh. Expectation on Dune 2021? Nothing. Not much for that at this point in my life. I'm gonna go with yes, S. Diesel. Yeah, we'll go with that, yes. Whoop. Personal estimate on when the list will be cleared? May-ish. That's why I keep saying May. That is very roughly estimated, obviously. Worst U.S. president in history? I don't think I have a good answer for that one. I gotta be honest, while I am a fan of history, I tend to not study the history of the country I live in. Not for any big particular reason, it's just not as interesting to me, that's all. Should probably stop screwing around on this boss fight. This is the other hardest boss in the game. That's funny, said Slayer. So I feel like I missed a bunch of questions there. Best looking PS1 game in my opinion? Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. Favorite real life historical world leader? I don't know. Oh yeah, I just forgot about the Mega Man's. Mega Man X4 is my new answer for best looking PS1 game. Well, that's an irritant. My own fault, though. Most annoying historical fact a video game got wrong? Okay, I gotta go with a meme answer for that one, because that usually doesn't bother me. Let's go with... You ever played Sengoku Basara 3? Nobunaga Oda was not literally the king of the underworld, damn it! Wait, a three-headed monkey? Oh my god! I screwed that up. Pass, hazardous. But I'll tell you why. Ignorance. I do not know. So I guess I could just say I don't know. That's not really passing at that point. Marius or I don't know who those are, Spartan, I'm sorry. Government to study in history that could good foreign policies? I mean, the problem is that's dependent on opinion, not fact. You're a philosopher? I don't like philosophers. I don't like philosophy, ironically. I find it to usually be a bunch of nonsense and time-wasting drivel. To be as nice about that as I possibly can. There we go. Oh, gotcha, Spartan. Would I rather have a remaster of Fallout 1 or 2 or a remake? Remake, absolutely. 100%. No question. Hardest boss in the game. Because, see, he doesn't just stay stunned. He moves when you hit him with his weak point. Remake, 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 remake. I will always prefer a remake over a remaster. 100% of the time. Why is the princess in another castle? To make the game longer. No, Ganos. We're waiting until it's all out. I would still rather have a bad remake. Because at least we had a chance to get a good remake. Although, obviously, if you're asking me, do I prefer a bad remake or a good remaster, then you're asking a bad question, to be completely blunt. Would you rather have total garbage or something that's good? No preference, Cecily. We'll go with feeling sorry. It was a good attempt to try out something probably about 20 years before, you know, it's time. I have no idea, S.A. Ross. I guess we'll find out when we get there. Whoops. So I get the wrong weapons. There we go. Probably a small fish in a big pond. If I had to pick between those two. What's my quick fix for improving Ray's character? Oh god, I don't know. How about 3 or 4 more writing passes and an actual mainliner? There you go, there's my quick fix. I know neither of those things are a quick fix. Oh yeah, loaded questions are the best, S. Diesel. I might actually ignore those if you ask those. Favorite stand-up comedian? Oh, that's easy. Oh my god, what's his name? I can't think of his name! I can quote him, but I can't think of his name. He's British. And... oh my god, I cannot think of his name! Eddie Izzard, thank you. Eddie Izzard. God, that was just... wow! Can't think of any names today. Yeah, Eddie Izzard, thank you. Yes, that was one of mine, Valvedrix. Favorite Dragon Quest? Probably 11, or 8, or... 5. Listen, Carwellis, you're British now! There you go. Congrats. Game? Oh, I see the problem. I'm too close. Pay attention, Laura. I have no idea, Plutonia. Mel Gibson? I've liked a couple things he's been in. Yeah, I can think of 2 things I've liked that Mel Gibson's in. No guesses what they are. I mean, if you could think of what they are, then congrats. S.A. Ross, you're now British. Congratulations. Do I like Face Off? It's funny. I am the wrong person to ask that one, Estitza, because I don't think they're funny right now. What's my advice to people redesigning Anthem? Anyways, am I a Monty Python fan? Not really. There are a few Monty Python things I like. Say about half-ish of the Holy Grail. And several of their individual, their sketches, you know, on their show. That's about it, though. Whoop. Yes, Baronessa. Screw it, I'm just gonna do what I usually do. I don't even know why I'm trying not to. It's a little hard in my hands, that's why I'm doing it. Ugh, this is a harder jump to do than it looks like. There we go. Excuse me, missiles, excuse me. George Carlin? No, I actually don't like George Carlin myself. I mean, I don't have anything against him, it's just, I will rather not watch. Hey, it's The Mandalorian! That's a show I wouldn't mind watching, too. I think I already said that. Is Anthem 2.0 even still happening? To my knowledge, yes? Too real? No, he's just not funny to me. I'm actually really picky when it comes to comedians. I could probably list 3 I like, and 2 of those are just individual shows. As in individual skits. Now for the hardest boss in the game. Why would they blacklist him for that, Zelda? I mean, Robert Downey Jr., hello? I am not qualified to answer that question, Hector Anthem, at all. No, I do not, S.A. Ross, and I never have, and I never will. Yeah, I had a moment of silence at the beginning of the stream, Shadow Machine. I imagine that's going to be the water question for the day. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Is BioWare too far gone to be saved? No, there's no such thing, I don't think. Because, I mean, the BioWare is just a name. I know that sounds dumb, but it is. It is just a name. Hey, Classical Burrito. So, all you would need is to get a new team filled with talented people. And they happen to be working at BioWare, and then Shazam! BioWare is saved! It's not hard. I mean, okay, it's actually very hard, but you get my point. To call that impossible or unsalvageable is just weird to me. Conspiracy theories I subscribe to? No. At least none I can think of. How do I feel about Capcom's current performance? I think they've been doing pretty well. I mean, Devil May Cry 5 was awesome. Resident Evil 2 Remake was awesome. I know that's a little out of date at this point. Stand by my statement. Oh, right. This section. Actually, I forgot where I was at in the stage. Favorite Smash game? Whatever the Wii one was called. And only because of the campaign mode, obviously. I'm too slow. I'm too slow and crap. Why am I so crap? Best sci-fi cliffhanger of all time. Favorite fan fiction? Mine. I'm gonna cheat on that one. Yes, hazardous. I do think there's an upper cap on what a human being should be paid, regardless of their job. No, of course not, Silver Mask. Same answer as the company thing earlier. Just gonna go for it, and get a deliberate death in here. Favorite Xenoblade game? No, it wasn't S.A. Ross. Yes, it is Gold Tech. Favorite arcade-style fighting game? Street Fighter 2 Turbo? Or Final Fantasy 4? Yeah, I'm sorry, but speaking as someone who actually studies economics, when you make $30 million a year, you make too much money. Like, there's no real excuse for making that much money. I'm reminded of the Byzantium thing we've been discussing in Outer Worlds. Because if you remember, in Byzantium, money has stopped having any meaning. Oh, that was a little close. Because everyone has so much of it, they don't actually trade in money anymore. And honestly, that's what a lot of high-end finance is like. Trading in value rather than money, which I know sounds like the same thing, but comes across. I'm gonna go ahead and heal. I've been doing this whole thing at 1 health. This is the actual hardest boss in the game. Like, I've been memeing this whole time. This guy is mean, and he's been wrecking my face. He usually wrecks my face, I should say. And yeah, I was just doing it at 1 health because I figured I'd die. What advice would I give to CD Projekt Red? Fire 100% of your managers. Hire 100% new management team. There's my advice. Hate this boss fight. Doesn't help that I'm actually bad at this game. The minigame, I mean. Whatever this is called, there's a term for it. Sorry, I just took it out as Diesel for a minute, okay? It's not my fault I'm the chosen one, and the child of a tree. I cannot believe I one-shot that. Holy crap. That is actually the hardest boss in the game right there. Thought on current political movements. I'm going to need way more specifics than that. That is way too generic. Yeah, speaking as someone who realistically will never own his own house, yeah, I'm not down with someone owning 12. And I don't even mean like real estate, I mean just someone who has 12 houses. Positive. Definitely positive, Gnos. Whoops. Politics? I've never heard of politics. Is that something you eat? It's something that'll give you bad indigestion. Ain't that the truth? So, hardest boss of the game. Back to memeing. Now, you're gonna have to be way more specific, Classical Burrito. Sorry. Give me a specific topic. I can talk about a specific topic. Whoop. No, S.A. Ross. That'd probably be FF6. Or you could check whatever my the highest rated story positives are on the website, and that would actually answer your question. Oh, crap. Okay, that's actually bad. I had the wrong weapon equipped. Oh, God. Oh, God. Doing it live. Doing it live. Excuse me. Okay. Hi. Don't mind me. Do I think game theory offers an alternative to wage labor structures? I think game theory offers an alternative to a lot of things. To be clear, I mean the concept, not the channel. Just to be 100% clear about that one. What do I think of a bipartisan government structure? Do you mind defining what you mean by that? Well, I think it would be the best solution to the overpopulation problem. That's actually one of my prepared topics. Oops, I'm using the wrong weapon. Yeah, but, okay, so are you asking, do I think we should have a two-party government? Is the question, then. Hello, Crazy Norse. No, not yet. What are you doing? Questy, no! No! And now, Lufia, you're just cursing my playlist. That's all you're doing, I say, Ross. So, happy Halloween, Questy. You are awesome. All right, I know where I am. Once again, I keep forgetting where I'm at in the stage. Hang on. I actually got to concentrate for this one section. Give me a second. Give me a second. This room. Whew! So here's the deal. Questy's awesome. Thank you very, very much, Questy. Always appreciate, sir. Thank you. Do you know where you want those to go? Okay, so two-party systems are inevitable. I don't like it, but mathematically speaking, just about any system will devolve into a two-party system over time. You got it, Questy. Trails in the Sky, too. So, you're asking me, do I think that's a good thing? The answer is no. But I do think that it is something we're just going to have dealing with. Sure, Crazy Norse. We have a 99.99%... No, I'm being facetious. I think it's inevitable. You can disagree with me on that. That's totally cool. But I think having a two-party system is something that is going to happen over time. That's just kind of how that works. Because over time, everything devolves until something shakes up the system. That's just math. That's how everything works. Now, having said that, you can disagree with me. That's cool. We're cool with disagreeing. But I think the real question there is... there's no question. I don't think there's a way to fix it. Everyone's just disagreeing. That's cool. You can disagree with me. I'm not budging on this one, guys. I was actually studying this year, so you're not going to change my mind on this one. Happy Halloween, period. We're not getting trick-or-treaters either, comma, so that's kind of a problem, period. And I will, don't worry, period. Alright, so, okay, you guys disagree. I think this. Moving on? I'm sorry, I don't have anything else to share here, because you're not really... All you're saying is, well, there's governments that don't have two-party systems. Yeah, we didn't have two-party systems in the States either. But, mathematically speaking, what happens is over time it devolved into a two-party system. We technically don't have a two-party system now. There's actually something like 8 parties in the States right now. It's just the only ones that are actually in charge are 2. All of the weight, all of the money, all of the funding is behind the 2, right? Because, God, where do I even start with this? Because the idea is, I don't know how to describe a fundamental principle of math, because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to teach things. There's 30 things, and all of them have an equal sway, but only a certain number of them can win, so these 2 win. So the next time around, statistically speaking, there are people who are going to be like, well, I mean, they won, so we're going to go ahead and vote for them instead, and some people are going to switch to the winning side. It might not even be a lot, but it'll be a few. So now, all of a sudden, the 2 who won have a larger stake. And that's just, it's momentum at that point. There we go, that's a good word. It's momentum. The more that a certain particular faction or side tends to be one of the winning sides, the more likely they are to keep winning. It's the exact same reason why the key to making money is to have money. Because simply by virtue of already being the winner, of already having the money, you have more access and more availability to make more money. Right? That's just kind of how that functions. Now, obviously, that doesn't apply. That's a mathematical formula, so it not necessarily apply in every given case. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions. Obviously, there's going to be interactions. But you're not going to change my mind on the fact that that is an inevitable byproduct of having parties as a concept in a voting system. And you can't get rid of parties in a voting system. You could make parties illegal. You could go ahead... No, swing voters actually proves the system, Valen. You can make parties illegal, but that's not going to prevent parties from existing. You know what I mean? I mean... Yeah, swing states is just why we switch back and forth between Party 1 and Party 2 over time. That's or swing states, sorry, I didn't mean swing. Swing voters. Swing voters are why we switch back and forth between who's in control of the government at a given point in time. Now, someone asked a question in the middle of that. Hang on. Scroll up. Yes, there is a way to mitigate this, and it's called don't use first past the post voting, which is the dumbest voting method known to humankind. God, first past the post voting is the dumbest, just stupid, terrible voting system that barely works under very specific circumstances. Even for, like, really simple things, first past the voting post doesn't work. So, that's my answer to you. Don't use first past the post. Of course, Mockingburns, this is Polemic Day. You can absolutely ask stuff. I may not answer it. You see the rules right here? Oh, you don't? Okay, yeah, sure, I can talk about first past the post. It's really simple. Who gains... I agree with you, Valerian. I'm telling you, two-party system, it's inevitable. Who gains the most votes wins. That's first past the post. Now, you're probably wondering, well, what does that mean exactly? Let me give you a weird hypothetical, and I'm going to use this hypothetical to demonstrate exactly how stupid this system is. By the way, this system also is how most of our real-life economics works with regards to majority shareholding, but I'm getting off topic. So, in the case of first past the post, let's say you have 10 people. 10 separate groups that are being voted on. We'll go ahead and say a political thing. But this applies universally. So let's say for a moment, intervention, obviously, Insana. Intervention, let's do it. Let's say, I'm trying to do math off the top of my head here. 9 of those groups get, I guess, 9 votes each. That's not a question, Mockingbirds. You're going to have to be specific. Guys, you have to be specific. What's my opinion on the current political climate? Nope! And that's my answer. You need to be more specific if you want an actual answer. Anyway, so 9 of the people involved get 9 votes each, right? So that's 81? Yes, that's 81 votes total, right? That means 19 people voted for person 10. That means, and we're doing a really simple system just so I can make the point, but that means of these people, one person wins with 19% of the votes. And there's actually ways to stretch this out even further. This is, of course, hypothetical, but that's first past the post. Whoever gets the most votes wins. That's what first past the post means. It's a terrible voting system for so many reasons. Oh my god. Now, I will admit, I didn't actually know that until this year. Some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that I did a deep dive studying voting, the very concepts of voting, and how to vote, and how to calculate the votes, and how to utilize the votes, and just the infrastructure of how voting works as a concept. Because I was deciding, this is the stupidest reason in the world, because I was trying to decide a fair and proper method for voting on the ruminations. It was for the show. It was for my stupid internet show that nobody cares about. But I did a deep dive on voting, and wow! I don't have all the information prepped right now, but let's just say that First Past the Post has basically everything wrong with it. Now, hang on. Where's my thing here? Give me a moment. My personal favorite thing wrong with First Past the Post is something called spoiler effect. Now, give me a second, because I want to describe spoiler effect as clearly as I possibly can here. Wow! I don't know why I didn't have my information ready for this. I actually did study some of this stuff before, and I didn't think you guys would do this. But anyways, there it is. So, spoiler effect, the simplest way to explain spoiler effect is the number of votes are always going to be 100%, which I know sounds strange, but hear me out for a second. So we have 100%... Tychus, Zachdeft. We have 100% of votes. Let's assume, this is totally made up numbers, first moment, that we have two parties running, and each of them gains very close, like 49 and 51%, right next to each other, right? Let's say a third party decides to run. Do you know what the third party has done? Well, in a first-past-the-post system, the third party has guaranteed the win of whoever they are most ideologically opposed to. Let me explain that a little bit. So, let's say we have... let's use fruit. So we've got, like, the apple party, and then we've got... I don't like them, aggressor. We've got the apple party, and then we've got the... banana party. And then we've got the plum party. And the plum party and the apple party, they're pretty close to each other, right? Like, they're pretty similar on the political spectrum. So they kind of lean in the same ways. It's just, they differ on key issues, right? You with me? So, previously, apple and banana, they pretty much split it. Right down the middle. However, plum gets involved. And plum's like, I want to run! Yeah, by the real... Spoiler effect is a real thing that's really happened, as Valerian is giving some examples of here. So, Plum decides to run. Well, who's going to vote for Plum? It's going to be the people who are already voting for Apple. Now, if you don't understand the point of that, in First Past the Post, what they have now done is guaranteed that the voter bloc, which now has the majority, is absolutely going to be Banana. Pun intended. Because the banana voters aren't on the same spectrum, so only a few individual cases, specific people, are going to vote for Plum. In other words, what the third party has done is guaranteed the victor is the person they are opposed to. And there are also real-life examples of where the opposing party has helped fund the third party's running, specifically to ensure that they have more of a win. That is spoiler effect, and that is a huge problem with First Past the Post. Now, an STV vote, which is my personal favorite, it's one I've admittedly fallen a bit in love with this last year. It's actually something we've used for the show at this point. For a single transferable vote, Scottish method specifically, because I know there's several methods, is the one where... That's a different question, as it is. It helps to basically remove spoiler effect. We may still end up with a two-party system, and in fact, mathematically, we probably still would. I'll remove the word inevitable, just to make you guys happy. But the point is, at least with single transferable vote, you are not literally throwing your vote away by ensuring your opponent wins. Because in single transferable vote, if I vote for Plum, and Plum simply isn't going to win, well, I have picked as my second thing for Apple. So I vote Plum, Apple. What that means, then, is when Plum loses, my votes go to Apple, and now I'm still getting some kind of representation in my government. Make sense? My throat hurts. So, that's probably the biggest and most overt reason why First Past the Post sucks. Now, I will say... First Past the Post gets less bad the smaller number of people involved. I'm saying that wrong. What I mean by that is the smaller number of choices. You guys may or may not remember, we did a transferable vote system when we did this voting system I'm referencing. When it comes to the ruminations, you had 25 slots, right? So those 25 slots... It depends on the specific case, classic burrito. Those 25 slots mean that the transferable vote system, the ranked voting choice system, whatever you want to call that, actually works out pretty well. Because the more goalposts, the more end goals, the more slots, I don't know what to call it, the more this is going to be representative of what you guys actually want. The few, the less. So example, if there's only one winner, then it doesn't actually matter that much. Not really. But if there's 2 winners, then it matters more, and if there's 3 winners, it matters more, and you get the idea. This is another reason why, for example, I am in favor of this kind of voting system when it comes to things like Parliament or Senate or whatever. Because then you've got a few hundred slots, depending on which you're looking at, and more chance of actual representation. Do I think we get rid of filibuster? I have no idea. Never looked into it. Don't have an opinion on it. I don't really have an opinion on the gun thing. I will admit the gun thing tends to be one of the more controversial topics. Remember how I mentioned at the beginning? You probably weren't here for this. At the very beginning I mentioned there were 3 factors into defining what a controversial topic is. One of them is location. I live in the States, so the gun topic is definitely a controversial topic here. I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and pass on that one. Do I think England should have left the EU? That is actually immensely complicated because of Northern Ireland. I don't actually have anything else to add to that, to be completely honest with you, because I don't think that's a yes or no question, and I think that's kind of the problem. Ever get tired of people bashing the US? Yeah, I do. But that's just kind of in general. I get tired of that kind of thing in general after a while. Hello, Orcs are best. I do hope the amputation is going well and smoothly, and your recovery is also similarly smooth. Have my feelings towards Mass Effect Andromeda changed since the premiere run? No. Let's see, what else? I think the collapse of democracy in Hungary. I don't know what's going on in Hungary. I'm sorry. I can only... There's going to be a couple answers where my answer is just ignorance. I'm not that up to date on everything. Sorry. Best portable console exclusive game that was never ported to a main console? Dissidia Duodecim. Will be my solution to the overpopulation problem. I kind of passed on that question earlier. Allow me to say something that is actually probably one of the most controversial opinions I have. You ready for this? I don't think we have an overpopulation problem. And I don't think we ever really will. Otto von Bismarck was an amazing politician. Not sure about him as a human being, but he was a great, great politician. Like I said, it's probably the most controversial opinion I have, and that's okay. I'm cool with that. Now, I think distribution is more of an issue than overpopulation. But that's just me. Also, there is another... So I should clarify that, because there's actually 2 statements I just said. One of which was, I don't think we have a problem, and the other was, I don't think we're going to. The I don't think we're going to problem is... Well, I don't know how to put this, but... human society? Across 2,000 years of known history... excuse me. 2,000 years of history I've covered? I guess 2,000 is really lowballing it. 7,000? I don't know. Whatever we're up to at this point. So, we as human beings keep introducing new problems by virtue of progression of both society and technology. We then solve those problems bit by bit. That's what we do as a species. I don't and never have agreed with the, and I'm going to say this particularly, science fiction concept that trends continue into extremes. Because I just don't think it works that way. I don't have any real proof, so you can disagree with me, that's cool. But I don't think that. I don't think we're going to end up with the Foundation trilogy. I don't think we're going to end up with StarCraft, and I don't think we're going to end up with The Outer Worlds. My opinion. Where am I? Ah, I see where I am. I don't know if that's specifically in Sauna, but I think that is more likely than not. God damn it. My timing is really off today. I'll be right back. Yes, we're playing Mega Man. I'm about to beat Mega Man X. We're like 2 stages from the end at this point. So I'm going to have to switch to Metroid or something. Come on. There we go. Ah, I hit it too quickly. No, it's okay. I saw what you said, Hazardous. I mean, I'm not trying to say I have the solution, because I super don't. But I think we'll find one. Try to come up with one reason why Kaiser's Legion is good. Nope. I give up. That's my Kobayashi Maru. I just realized we've been on this one playlist for a while. Let me switch playlists here. You guys like this playlist, right? And of course it picks up frickin' Metroid. Do I think humanity will ever achieve post-scarcity? It's a tough one. I don't know. Climate change is a far more serious and present issue, I think, than, you know, population. But again, I am ignorant. Wait, about what, S-Diesel? Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Plutonia, I've got an answer. I'm stealing Baroness's answer. Kaiser's Legion is great target practice. Which upcoming run am I most excited for? Mystic Quest. I already answered that earlier, actually. Let's take a lot of missiles to kill. No! I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. And that. Oh, right, Am I nervous about reviewing Chrono Trigger? A little bit. I'm more nervous about reviewing FF6. Oh, for God's sakes. Come on, Octopus. Don't even like the taste of you, buddy. Worst water level? TMNT. NES. I don't know what that is, Silver Mask, I'm sorry. Yeah, by the way, while we're on the topic of things that probably shouldn't be partisan issues, climate change. Why is that a part? Whatever. The hell do I know? I am just some idiot who knows nothing. I mean, there's some really good water stage music over the years. I'll agree with that. What do you think of the EU? I had a random comment that, I don't remember what this guy's weak to. Oh, God. I really don't. Oh, crap. I usually have the Hadouken for this boss. I don't remember what he's weak to. Ugh. Yeah, no, I'm probably just going to accept the death on this one. No, I do not, Mr. Red. I don't know if that's my favorite quote, Zactap, but it's a good quote. Right, so what do I think of the EU? I had this big thing where I was going to be like, the EU is a confederation. And then I looked it up, and it is actually qualified as a confederation, so... I have no idea, Torchinator. Hang on, Hazardous. You picked an interesting time to give me a paragraph! This is another actually hard boss, by the way. Most of the Wily stage bosses tend to actually be hard. Go figure. Ah. Is what, lore? Oh, food regulations. There we go. Okay, sorry. So, to assume YouTube bans Holocaust denial, then you've got Jews running all which lead to anti-Semitism, so you ban... Hey, hang on. And it scrolled off the screen. Scroll up. So then you ban that, then you got big corporations hiding around dangerous products, and they were like Jews learning rhetoric, so it's censored to YouTube. So what's the question, Hazardous? I'm sorry, I don't see a question there. Ban everything! Hit F5, Micromano. Or control F5. That should fix it as well. Dumbest YouTube comment I've ever received? Ooh, that's a tough one. I've gotten some dumb ones. Like, I've gotten really dumb comments over the years. I'm going to have to give it to the 700 people who all presume that somehow I'm uploading full episodes of Star Trek to YouTube. Alright, what's this? Okay, so the slow boil effect is a thing that might exist, even though the frogs thing obviously wasn't. Oh god, I've never done this without... Oh god, I don't know how to fight this guy. I've never fought him without a Duke. Or at least I don't remember how to. What's he weak to? No. No. Ah, alright. No, that's Sigma's weak to that. What the hell is this guy weak to? No, this is silly. I'm just gonna die. It's okay. I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die. How far do I think censorship should go? Wrong question. What I think is censorship should be case by case, managed by individuals on individual cases. That's where I think censorship should go. If I could learn one language at the finger snap? Well, since we're finger snapping, I'm gonna go with Imperial. I don't know. Be right back. I haven't reviewed any of them. I think I'm just gonna just switch games. That's the wrong save. That's the wrong save. Do I not have a save there? I don't. Huh. Which YouTube comment has had the biggest impact on me? Every single one of them that tells me I'm horrible. They hit me far harder than they probably should, and they hit me basically every day. I mean, I agree with Larian, really. I suppose my overall point is that if you're at the size of YouTube, censorship would not be something I'm worried about. And you're probably thinking, well, what about the possible government and legal repercussions of that? Yeah, that's a government and legal question. That's not a censorship question at that point. Have the streamination contents gotten better? Yes, they have. I get a lot less of the... Ugh. No, I know what you're talking about, Mockingburns, and I've always just kind of rolled my eyes at that, to be completely honest. So, there's my answer to you. Rolled eyes. Now, I can actually answer that if you want me to go in fuller detail. And I'm going to use My Little Pony to do it. Well, that's up to you, Traven. We're actually going to talk about that tomorrow. So let's say for a moment that you decide to watch My Little Pony. And you're like, hey, guys, you know, I've decided to... hang on, I'm starting this in completely the wrong direction. Let's rewind here a moment. During a recent My Little Pony episode, there was a thing where there was a very insidious cult. I'm going to kind of dodge around spoilers just in case, because it's a really good episode for anybody who's actually interested in watching it. But this cult was insidious. Now, I want to use that word very precisely, because when I say insidious, well, one of the things that insidiousness is best at is using you against you. That's what I would consider the definition of insidious, right? The whole value of an insidious argument is that it makes perfect sense, it's perfectly logical, and the more you think about it, the more sense it makes, right? That's what makes it insidious. So, the idea that we are simulated is, even though there's no evil intent involved, an insidious question. Or an insidious concept. Because the more you think about it, the more sense it makes. So, you're probably thinking, well, what do you do with an insidious concept like that? Well, you laugh at it, and you move on. So, having stated all that, and we discussed this during that episode, the Rainbow Dash's answer to that was the correct one. She just laughed at the cult like, are you kidding me? And that was the correct question, thing to do. Why is it doing that? So. We're good. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the idea, Mockingburns. You're cool. But I hope you understand why I say that. Yeah, by the way, doxing is amazingly not cool. If people decide to dox... So, to be clear, doxing is not just revealing public information. Doxing is revealing public information that the person in question does not want revealed, usually with some kind of evil intent. Yeah, doxing is amazingly not cool. I have absolutely no hesitation, for example, about banning someone permanently from my channel, and have done so, for attempts at doxing. So, doxing can go to hell. I have absolutely no problem with banning the crap out of someone who does that. I mean, I suppose that's valid, boss baby. So, okay, I'll agree with you. I stand by my statement about insidiousness, but I'll agree with you. Whee! Whoops, I missed the jump. Sorry guys, I suck. Run's over. Does anyone... by the way, I noticed questions have started slowing down. How do you know whether something is insidious and not just a point you've never considered? You don't! Isn't that fun? Oops. Oh my god, I'm just sucking all over today. All over the place. Good lord. Come on. How is it a useful distinction, then? Well, that's a good question. No, that was from someone I knew in real life, Shishki. I don't know, Mr. Red. Do I think space exploration is practical? No. The more I have... So I actually... One of the things I did this year is I've done a lot of research and work into 3 things. Those things... 4 things, technically. Physics, space exploration, which is connected to that, voting methods, and state building. Now, there's a bunch of reasons for all of those, but the main reason is my setting, the extant. I've been sitting down and codifying my setting and trying to make it, you know, as believable and concrete and world-built as I possibly can. With the help of several of you guys, because you guys have been helping me on that, because you are awesome. Now, the reason I bring all that up, though, is in studying how space works, I've come to the conclusion that space exploration, the idea of going through space and whatnot, is not really anywhere near what we think of it as, especially when it comes to science fiction. Like, I'm explaining myself incredibly wrong, but what I mean by that is it's not freaking happening under the circumstances that we currently have, and if it does, it will be completely unlike anything we've envisioned to date. Space is amazingly hostile, amazingly difficult to navigate, and ridiculously huge. And there's also, like, I actually cannot properly discuss it, because doing so would A, take all day, and B, would also be me talking about things that I don't fully understand, to be completely blunt about that. So, yeah, no. I hope that answers your question. Space, not happening. We should be thankful we got a planet. Do I have a real-world example of something insidious? Not off the top of my head, no. What would I rate this game? I actually already did a review of this game, although I do need to... It's on the block for auditing. I actually have a list of games I'm auditing for reviews. Favorite Lorium? It's a tough one. I mean, I use coffee all the time, and it's amazingly applicable in many situations. I'm not sure that's my favorite. I think the American Civil War was inevitable. Yes. 100%. I have actually looked into that a little bit. A little bit. I want to clarify. I am a passive amateur about the American Civil War. Do I think a repeat is inevitable? No. Although, I'm not sure what would happen if the states broke up. I've thought about that one before. I mean, there's a lot of interesting legality there. Trans rights? See, that's just such a weird question to me, Mockingbirds. They're people. I don't understand what else there really needs to be there. Fermi's Paradox, I believe, Larian, is that one? I don't get why that's... I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound dismissive, but why the hell is that a frickin' thing? They're people. Moving on. Do I hold it against the British for previously presiding over the U.S.? Nope. I'm not really a fond? I say that a lot. I'm not really a fan of Sins of the Father. Never have been. I need more missiles. There we go. I was gonna say, am I gonna get any? Yeah, exactly, Blow Off Alex. That's a good way to put that. Thank you, sir. It's the same thing with a lot of other things with regards to, you know, should it be such and such? It's human rights. It's just the end. Some things in life, I've actually discovered this as I get older. Some things in life actually are simple, and that's one of them. Human rights. Period. Moving on. I can't believe I got that first try. That's actually a hard trick. I mean, it's medium hard. It's like the third hardest jump in this run, but still. Anyways, no, yeah, Chemic, I think that's actually absolutely true. I think that a more likely thing is we're going to just redo how we look into space travel as a... what's the word I want to use? Like an addendum to our existence. Rather than living on spaceships and on other planets, I think it's more going to be an adjacency to a support. There we go, a support thing, you know? Does that make sense? I'm probably not making sense. I have no idea, of course. Like I said, I have done some studying on space travel, and we're going to be lucky if we manage to do anything with our system. You know what I mean? Like, that's just... yeah. Yeah, I know, right? How's this? By the way, this just in. Water is wet! Sorry. Do I think the U.S. helped improve human rights in the world over the last 20 years? course, you asked me about the period of history I know the least about. I don't know. I actually don't. Do I think there's anything of value in the other planets in our system? You heard about that asteroid, right? Was Sisko right to hate Picard? Was he correct to hate Picard? No. Was he right to hate Picard? Yes. It was a very human reaction. What country is currently the greatest threat to world peace? China. Sorry. What China has been doing with the world economy is legitimately scary to me. Admittedly, economy is kind of a thing, but what they've been doing to the economy of the planet, the economy, is actually kind of terrifying. And yes, I know they're not alone in it, and I don't want to put all the blame on China, and it's actually basically everyone is complacent in this, but that's kind of a point. Any one resource we can read about my settings? Sadly, no. I keep wanting to develop a wiki. In fact, I actually have a method by which to do so. I just don't have time. I mean, the only reason I was able to take the time to do that extant video was because I basically forced myself to make it happen, and by what is coincidence, finished the crosscode run early. And then I just didn't get groceries that day in order to have the time to do that. It's okay, I had food. I wasn't starving, it's just... there we go. That is not an easy question to answer, Lord Harrimont. So, the summary is dependence. You want more than that, it's going to take way longer to explain. And honestly, I'd rather not go into it, if that's okay. Actually, that is something we're going to talk about tomorrow, Shadow Machine. Virtue's last reward. Yes, I would executive veto that one. I think of WoW. WoW is the best MMO I've ever played, even still. And it retains that slot. Like I said, even still. I mean, it is kind of true, Below Alex. I could point out the actual relays between how much time I stream versus how much time I make money, but yes, the only thing that's really limiting is me. It's okay, I don't have anything to live for other than my job, so it makes sense to me to spend most of my time on my job. What do I think of the WoW lore? I did a whole WoW lore run. That should probably answer your question on that one. Would I recommend it? Yes. In fact, now is actually probably the better time to get into WoW than ever. Like, it is more... The barrier to entry has been destroyed a few weeks ago, actually, with the acclamation patch. It's a biggin, Mockingburns. It's the biggest lore run I've ever done. In fact, it's the biggest anything I've ever done. Don't mistake me, there's other good MMOs out there. I don't want to sound like Larry. Why does this keep doing this? It keeps not being at 60 frames a second. I mean, okay, you want me to drop joking for a second, Hazardous? Some of you are aware of the fact that about 5 years and some change ago, I was accused of doing the most horrible thing a human being can do. Falsely accused, obviously. So I was falsely accused of that. That was fun. That was horrible. It's the worst thing I've ever been through in my entire life. I cannot describe in words how horrible it was going through that. And still am, because it still hurts and still haunts to this very day. Now, you're probably thinking, why are you bringing that up then, Lore? Because my friends and my family supported me. But as weird as this may sound, as callous as this may sound, of course they did. They know me. They know who I am. They know the kind of person I am. Of course they supported me. Of course they believed me. What really, really helped me through that was the fact that you guys believe me. Not all of you, of course. But a lot of you stuck with me during that time. People who have never met me before still stuck with me through that. So, Hazardous, you meant that as a joke, but you guys legitimately gave me a reason to keep bothering when I was going through the worst thing I've ever been through in my entire life. I'd rather not answer that, Spartan, if that's okay with you. I stand by what I said. It's the worst thing any human being could do to another human being. So, I'd rather you not look it up. If that's okay. If you really want to ask about it, then I'll ask someone in chat to say, because I don't think I can bring myself to say it out loud. Because holy crap. No, I was not accused of moida. There's so much worse than death. There is so much worse than death. Alright, I was accused of raping a child. There. Please don't make me say that again. Okay. Like I said, worst thing that can be done. I'm being legitimate about that. I don't think there's anything worse that a human being can do to another human being. That's horrible. And yeah. You know what's really funny? Is, well, you know, I actually would rather not get into it if that's okay with you guys. Yeah, can we leave that alone? Is that okay? I could go on. I could go on about the justice system here in the States because it's really messed up, and I have a very, very in-depth personal experience with just how screwed up it is. Oh my god. You'll notice I haven't been talking about cops today. If I can explain that really quickly. And I'm going to say this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say on this topic, okay? The reason I haven't been bringing up cops is because I'm still afraid, to this day, that they will try to hurt me, like they did, because of how the police operates. Okay? Several people were asking earlier why I haven't brought up cops today. That's why. Because I understand very, very well just how corrupt and wrong the justice system is here in the States. So, forgive me. I'll go and say, since I said that, I feel safe saying this. No, trust me, Hazardous. I actually do plan to talk about that. I do want to say something about that, if that's okay. Someone asked why the previous Polemic days were deleted. There were two. We've deleted 2 Polemic Day VODs ever. One of them was because I was afraid because I accidentally talked about cops. I agree with you completely, Blaine. In fact, I think I've said that before. Sorry, God, that was getting me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. See, the thing that really pisses me off, this is 5 years ago. It all ended 4 years ago. 4.5 years ago. It still hurts. It still hurts. God damn it. It probably shouldn't. And I hear that all the time. One of the things, I actually talked about this during the Oblivion run. One of the things that I have said, or I've been told, excuse me, is that I need to be more open about it, and that'll make it hurt less. Because I don't know, maybe that'll work. Trying to normalize it, right? Trying to normalize it. I need to go this way. First try. That is also a very difficult trick. It is hard. It's hard. God damn it. It's hard to open up about it. It's hard to open up about it. So, anyways. Yeah, let us go ahead. Let's go ahead and move on, if that's okay with you guys. So, where was I during 9/11? We'll vote for it. Goofy movie. Where was I during 9/11? So, I woke up that morning. That would have been college years, I'm pretty sure. I know where I was living at the time. I'm pretty sure that was like late college is where that was. What year was that? I could figure it out that way. I know where I was living, though. I know where I was living, and I remember the apartment I was in. And it was 2001. Okay, so yeah, that would actually have been middle college. I was still going through college. As I say, I didn't feel like I was done with college at that point. But I was... I woke up. It was I had a message from my grandmother Now, Grandma Laura, I've actually referenced her a few times. She is really good at being completely on top of the news. Like, it's kind of her shtick. We sometimes joke amongst our family, but it's not actually a joke, that if you ever just need someone to be aware of something in the family, you just tell her. She will distribute the information to everyone else, right? So, jump. So she had left a message. It was one of the vaguest messages she has ever left us in our life. I was still living with my mom at the time, because she was giving me room and board while I was going through college. And it was basically, everything looks pretty bad. You know, things are still kind of developing. We'll see what happens, I suppose. And that was like all she said. And so, naturally, Mom and I freak out, like, oh God, what happened? What happened? Oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay? You know, and so while I'm trying to, no, excuse me, while Mom is trying to call her, I flip on the TV, and on every single station, you could guess what was on the news. Now, I actually have one other little thing to add here, if you don't mind. You remember that one over Pennsylvania, the one that went down? That one went down, I think it was Pennsylvania. No, it was Pennsylvania, right? Oh, God, I don't actually remember. Help me out. It was Pennsylvania, right? Just tell me if I'm an idiot. It's okay. I mistake names. Okay, it was Pennsylvania. Okay. I was going to say, that one went down so close to where a personal friend of mine, she was actually my girlfriend, to where my girlfriend at the time lived, that she saw it go overhead physically. So as soon as I heard about that one, you could imagine who I was trying to get a hold of first. Now, what's really funny, it was obviously terrifying to me in the moment, especially since I was having trouble getting a hold of her for obvious reasons. And as a further addendum, she didn't think anything of it. She just saw a plane go overhead. It wasn't until later that the full story came out where she was just like, oh, was pretty much the reaction to that one. As you might imagine. What's the worst U.S. state? The one you live in, or I live in, or we live in. Or Kansas. I mean, sorry, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I have a lot of friends in Kansas. So, state crafting, I'm going to talk about it eventually, Grey Wolf, I swear. I've ever gotten to TCGs? Magic the Gathering, the Star Trek TCG, the Star Wars TCG. Yeah, I think that's actually it. But I have gotten into several TCGs over the years. If you want to ask which state I liked living in the least, it would be California. Specifically Northern California. But that's a really, really dumb metric to go by. But yeah, that was not a pleasant time in my life. A lot of really you remember how I mentioned earlier how I couldn't talk about homosexuality and why they're just people and why I don't get why people make a thing about it? That's where I lived at the time. It's okay. Southern California was actually pretty alright. And as weird as this may sound, I don't have any bad memories of the Bay Area either. I don't remember the name of the town that I lived in. It was on the southeast part of the Bay, I want to say. Like, I can picture it in my head as I'm thinking about it right now. I can picture where I was. Used to go out, there was this great, like, track, basically, I would take the bike out to. And just go around the lake that was adjacent to the bay. It was awesome. How is the layer of smog in California? So I've kind of joked about that before, but it's probably worth noting that it's not a joke. My grandmother used to say, how do you know if you're breathing air? Why does it keep doing that? How do you know you're breathing the air if you can't see it? Yeah, one time I was flying into, I can never think of the name of the airport. It's not LAX, it's the Eastern LAX thing. you know, the subsidiary of LAX. It's like east of it by about an hour. Anyways, point being, we were flying in, and there was an actual visible layer of cloud that we descended into. Ontario, thank you. And it was just, whoo. Oh yeah, by the way, I probably shouldn't have to say this, but obviously not all cops are bastards. I probably shouldn't have to say that. Like, I really probably shouldn't have to say that. Because not all anything are bastards in real life. That's kind of how that works, and I'm apparently failing at wall jumping all of a sudden for some reason. Now, I do want to say something, though, because this has actually come up a few times. Just really quick. This is the last thing I'm going to say about the cop thing. I'm going to move on. And that is, a lot of people think that I'm super anti-cop because I pay attention to news media. If you were paying attention earlier, you remember my whole speech about screw news media. So, having said that, no, that is personal experience speaking, not news media. I just want to be really clear about that. Also some research, but that's... I don't mean research into cases, I mean research into policies. You know, some of the things that cops can and do in the pursuit of their job is not something I am a fan of. The kind of thing I would vote against, you know what I mean. Anyways, let's leave that topic alone. Come on. Do you think that's air you're breathing? Can you see the air you're breathing? Anyways. Yeah, qualified immunity is a good example of what I mean when I say policies. That's a good example of what I'm talking about. You're the first person to ask that, Emperor Valerian. Holy crap. Yes, I did vote. Although, I will be honest, I mostly voted because this is a Senate year. God dang it. But yes, I voted. Don't ask what I voted for. I can explain again, because I did actually explain why I'm not saying that, but... Did I say Senate? I meant Congress. Sorry. I honestly screw that up all the time. Does the House do anything? I'm being facetious. Don't actually answer that question. I voted for the city talk. I mean, okay, you want to talk real talk? I do legitimately believe in local elections. I'm totally down with that. But that's also because the local electees are far more likely to have specific issues that are relevant to you, and you're far more likely to have an informed opinion about them. You know? Oh, god dang it. I completely... There we go. But that's not here or there. Yeah, local elections tend to matter to you. Anyways, are the elections tied together? So it's every 6 years versus every 4 years, so they coincide periodically. Now, I'm not going to tell you who I voted for in any case, and I'll go and repeat my reasons why. The reason why is because anytime you declare for a side, you're branded. And that's awful. It's something I'd rather avoid in my life, if that's okay with you. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. Real story. So I've been to DC. I've actually probably told that story before. And while I was there, my... there we go. My, that's true, I lost my centrist brand, which is funny because I'm not really centrist anyways. But anyways, the words, we were in DC. We were just visiting. Like, it wasn't a political reason. We were just visiting. And while we was visiting, Dad wanted to visit, because I was with my dad, he wanted to visit his local senator. He failed at this task. Now, what's weird about this is I'm kind of okay with that. Ah! Damn it! 2 fails. Oh my god, I am failing at this. 3 fails in a row. This is the hardest trick in the game right here. There we go. Excuse me, second artist. This is the hardest trick in the game right here. Give me 1 second. I'm actually going to verify this real quick. No. Ah, damn it. I'm sorry, I really don't get the question, Shishka. There we go. If you're asking how it votes, yeah, there's a ballot. You go in, there's a ballot. What's my opinion on the Star Wars sequel trilogy? I'll probably never watch them again. Force Awakens was okay. Rise of Skywalker had some good moments, some good cinematography. And Last Jedi had some good moments. None of them had anything to do with Star Wars, in my opinion, and probably shouldn't. Stream's been so far. I'll say this, we're not deleting the VOD so far. I agree with congressional term limits, by the way, completely. I know I probably overemphasize Congress, and that is my fault. I'll admit to that. I admit that. But honestly, just... yeah. That's actually one of the topics I have saved, Valerian. Democracy versus Republic is one of the topics I had saved for today. Because they are actually pretty different things. Believe it or not. Come on. I'm getting a really bad pattern here. I'm also on the verge of death already. What the hell? Didn't I just heal? I will also say, this is just pure opinion. There we go. Ugh. I think that... yeah, Fantoon hits pretty hard, even with this thing. Of course you can, Mike and Mo. It's not like the two are... how do I phrase this? Okay, democracy is X, and republics are Y. So therefore, the two... where you're going to sit in preference... that's probably a bad analogy. Where you're going to sit on the graph is relative to how high the democracy value is and how high the republic value is. Make sense? I'm probably explaining this terribly. Actually, I plan to talk about that too, Kemet, because I do have the Electoral College as one of my planned topics for today. What video game character would I put up for US President? Lex Luthor is not in a video game, so that doesn't count. I suppose I will admit, Valerian, that term limits is more of a band-aid to what I consider to be other problems, but we're getting into the weeds on that. Damn it, it's doing that again. Wait, is he in the Injustice games? Perfect, it counts! we just need to find a video game with Lex Luthor in it, and it'll technically count. Why is this doing this? This is a new problem. I need to figure out what's going on with my totally legitimate SNES console that I'm playing this on. It keeps stop being at 60 frames a second, and I'm not actually sure why it's doing that. Oh, there you go, DCUO. Perfect, perfect. We did it. We did it! Vote Luthor. He has a brain. He's evil, but he has a brain. Vote for Luthor! Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What was I saying? I forget. What topic are we up to? That would be his campaign slogan. Vote for me. I'm evil, but I'm smart. As a reminder to Emperor Valerian and Captain Savage, Rule 0 is still in effect. I just want to be nice and clear about that. I'm not saying you're jumping over the lines, but I'd like to be ahead of things. You know how it is. Actually, you want to see something funny in the course of researching a few things for what I wanted to talk about today. I found one of the times where faithless electors were actually relevant. What's really funny is every single person. Hi, Hourglass. Happy Halloween. Oh, and thank you for the sub. Sorry, I missed that in the middle of it. Thank you, Hourglass. Very, very much. Did you say what you want to put that towards? Because I completely missed it, because I'm an idiot. I was memeing about Lex Luthor. The funny thing I found is all of the people involved were running for the same party. Runner's choice. You got it. Thank you. You're probably thinking, which party? That would be... I just want to make sure... Yep, nope. That would be the Democratic Republican Party. I don't know. That really amuses me. I'm sorry. I'm probably the only one who finds that funny. Every single person who was running for president that year was running for the same... was running in the same party. 1824. 1824. I have it written down. Okay. And happy Halloween. I hope you guys have some candy. Because I don't. Although I do go grocery shopping tomorrow. Who won that one? John Adams, I think. Yep, Adams won that one. Even though Jackson won the popular vote. What do I think Trump is doing? What I say Trump is doing worse things? No, I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. Trump be bad, yo, is what you're asking me. Do I answer that question? Yeah, no, I think it's safe to answer this question. Yes, Trump be bad, yo. That doesn't mean I'm a Democrat or left or whatever it is. It doesn't mean I'm anti-Republican. It just means I do not agree with the Trump administration. Now, you're probably thinking, Lord, didn't you just declare? First of all, no, I did not. And that's what really swayed myself there. Yeah, exactly, Javez. I had to think of several people who I know are Republican who are anti-Trump. And so I was like, okay, whew, we're okay. I'm safe on that one. Sadly, no. I am familiar with the Bulmos Party, but only like distantly. Bleh. Wait, what did I just do, Valen? Do I have to ban Valen? Ban! Okay. Whew, we're safe from whatever it is I did. What do I think of the presidential debates this year? Oh, God. Can we get some moderation? Please? Just in general? We actually talked about that earlier. I mean, if you're going to have a debate, it should probably be moderated. That's kind of my thoughts on that. Presidential or otherwise. Yeah, POTUS, the first time I heard POTUS, this is quite a while ago at this point, my first reaction was, what the hell is a POTUS? Can you call them debates? I mean, you know... There's this, of course there is, hazardous. Why does that not surprise me? No, I haven't seen the Trump versus Biden rap battle, sorry. Do I think diversity politics are getting ridiculous and discriminatory? So, yes. But at the same time, I think that's more of a everything problem than a diversity politics problem. As with the overwhelming majority of human existence, I think a few people try to ruin it for the rest of us. Now, the problem there is you tend to end up, you know, declaring for a side just by saying something like that. But it's okay. The worst comes to worst, I could just delete the VOD. But no, I'm not trying to make any statement here. I just think extremism's bad, yo. Most of the time. I mean, to use a perfectly safe topic here, Star Trek. Now, I'm not particularly connected to that because I've been deliberately avoiding it. But I bring that up because a friend of mine, Low Reloaded, has been getting slammed with Star Trek stuff for about a year at this point, to the point where I probably shouldn't actually say that. Let's just say that it actually bugs him. And I don't blame him, because it's just kind of, what? Well, that's why I said some of the time, Emperor Valerian. It all depends on the circumstances. Almost everything in my philosophy boils down to that sentence. It all depends on the circumstances. Because even some things can and should be taken to extremes. And I know you guys have already pointed out 2 examples in chat, so I'm not going to add any, but you understand the point. I don't have to explain myself. There are some things where it's like, yeah, no. And I firmly believe that. Always have. Sometimes you just kind of look at something and go, nope. But nope. What if nope? I know. Shocking. Do I read books? Nope. Have I read... I think I've read a book this year. Oh, that's not true. I read 4 books when my power was out. But none of them were really worth noting, and they were all rereads. Nope. Von Falkenstein. Time and defeatism. I was just... Yes, I understand the irony of me saying that. Oh, that's true. I read the Friendship Journal this year. There you go. That's the best book I read this year. By default. Do I believe in ghosts? Nope. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't say that like it's a duh thing. How do I read so fast? Practice. I'm going the right way. I have been practicing reading quickly since I was in 4th grade. And I read chat. And I know that sounds like a dumb thing to point out, but what I mean by that is I get practice on reading quickly every single day. Because I'm reading chat while I'm streaming. Like, I'm speedrunning Metroid right now while reading chat, you know? What do you want from me? If I had to get rid of something in the world, what would it be? Books, cinema, or games? Movies, if I had to. That's a terrible choice, but I'd rather keep... Games are off the 10. Games have to be around here. And books or movies, that's what I was debating between, but I think I'd rather keep the written word if I had to. So there you go. Boop. If I could create a real-life portal to a fictional setting... Ah, of course, Lord Harrimont, you were asking that question. Here's a better question. Which tier? Is there anything supernatural I believe in? Pass. Whether I do or not, is not relevant. If I could change one thing about the current climate of the U.S., what it would be? Now, this is too broad of an answer, so you can feel free to call me on this, Valerian. I'm trying to think of a word here to explain what I want, because it's just like... I actually talked about this recently. This isn't really a controversial topic. This is something I bring up regularly. I tend to be anti-extremist. Tend to be, because we just talked about this. But one of the things that irritates me is that people take rooting for your team to such a ridiculous extreme that it means the other side is evil and wrong and horrible and must die. How dare you like Star Trek Discovery? What's wrong with you? That attitude is something I would just nuke out of our political climate if I could. There should not be a situation in which people who disagree with each other politically can't even be civil around each other. I'm sorry, that's a huge, huge pet peeve of mine. Yeah, the excessive tribalism. Again, tribalism, I'm fine with rooting for your team. I am. It's fun. It's cool. You care about them for whatever reason. Maybe you like the color, right? Maybe you just happen to agree with the policies. Maybe your parents were that way and you inherited their leniency. Maybe your friends were into it and you inherited it from them. It doesn't matter. You want to vote for your team? Go for it. Can you not call everyone else toxic, disgusting bastards because they happen to be on the other team? Or another team? Is that a thing we can do? Anyway, I'm sorry, Valerian. You got me off there. I hope that answers you. If not, I can try again. A game or series I'd love to speedrun? All the Mega Mans. I was actually going to do a series of all the Mega Mans, all the classics, specifically, once upon a time. I even had all the timers set up and all the prep work done, and then that didn't happen. Sorry. Rant off, rant off. We're done. Apologies. I don't know anything about that Silver Mask, so I'm going to go ahead and just go ignorance on that one. Do I think there's any justification for it? Yes. Which I know sounds very strange. Hear me out for just a moment. How much spare time do I have in my life? Anybody. Anybody can answer this one. Whoops, I screwed up again. I always screw up on this jump. 0 spare time. Bingo! Now, let's imagine for a moment that I have to pick a side, right? How do I do that with no time? You probably already see where I'm going with this. Now, Valerian has a legitimately good reason for his things, and that's valid and totally awesome. I don't want to sound dismissive to your argument, Valerian. I'm just pointing out that even in let's call it non-serious situations, it's actually entirely reasonable that someone does not have the time or effort or care or energy left at the end of the day in order to look into things, in order to do the research, in order to figure out who sits on what issue where, in order to decide. So they don't. They don't put the time into it. They don't put the effort. They don't put the care into it. Now, that's not judgment. There's no judgment in my voice when I say that. It's not great, but I think that's actually a byproduct of a completely unrelated problem, which happens to be related to a lot of issues, I think, in modern society, which boils down to the 40-hour work week. You've heard me talk about that before. I think we are overworking people. I do. And I think there is a lot of bleed off that is affecting. You know what I mean? So you just pick a side. It's easier. It's quicker. You don't have to think about it. It's like, I mean, I kind of lean left or I kind of lean right, so I'll go with them. But then, now hear me out. Oh yeah, you're right. Excuse me. Overwork and underpay. That is important. I agree. So now hear me out for a second. That then leads to another problem. You're probably thinking, well, okay, that explains why they're pro team, but not why they're anti the other team. Well, let's say for a moment that you're leaning Apple. Let's go back to my fruit analogy. We cool with that? Okay. Hang on. Let me answer Chemic's question, because this is a perfect place to do it. Where's the hidden passage on this screen, Chemic? The answer is right here. The terrain is designed in almost every case to give you an idea of where to look. That's one of the things why I talk about terrain design when it comes to games, is because there's a lot that a game can do to encourage exploration without just lining it out for you, right? Okay, answered Chemic's question. Back to the apples. Let's go back to the apple thing, okay? So you are pro-apple. Why? Because apples are freaking delicious. But there's another reason. You are pro-apple because you are allergic to bananas. Now, let's say one of your friends is pro-banana. Now, let's say neither of you are really pro-apple or banana. You just kind of lean that way because of the whole time and effort problem I mentioned before, right? Whoops, I was a little early on that. So, is it now easy to understand why you would suddenly be rather upset at your friend for being totally cool with something that's actually going to cause me sores and swelling, and I can barely breathe when I eat it, Jerry? And you can suddenly see why people tend to get anti the other team. Now, the problem there, and if you're paying attention, I hope you caught this. The problem there is that, for the most part, there doesn't need to be that division. Compromise exists for a reason, and people can find common ground even when they are on differing political views. For the most part. Not everyone can, of course. There are several topics and items and concepts and ideals which Republicans and Democrats can, and in my opinion probably should, be totally cool with each other on. There are also exceptions to that, because as we said, every now and again, you do actually have to go to an extreme. Like, if all of a sudden the pro-bananaist wanted to get rid of all apples, well, that's an issue. If the pro-bananas wanted to make it easier to get bananas than apples, well, that's still an issue, but that's a more complex issue. Ugh. Sorry, mock droids. I know that there's the old joke that a compromise leaves everyone equally unhappy, but honestly, this is just my own philosophy getting involved here, but I'd rather have a compromise where everyone's a little unhappy than one side getting all that they want and one side is completely unhappy. You know what I mean? Now, that is just my opinion. And I am an idiot. Hottest male character? Sephiroth. So, I actually studied... Would you believe I looked into the Electoral College? Of course you would. I was looking into both statecraft and voting methods. This is the actual hardest boss in the game right now, so forgive me for suddenly getting serious here. This is going to be fun. In fact, I'm going to get a save state in just for the hell of it, because I don't want to lose the entire run on this boss. I know we were memeing about that. This is the spider boss. This is the actual hardest boss for me in this run right here. This guy sucks. Girl, sorry. So yeah, I could actually become a House representative right now. It's actually feasible that I could become a House representative. That is actually a thing I can do. Now, Senate, a little less likely. Possible. Technically possible, but not realistic. But there's a legitimate chance I could become a House representative. Thought about it, too. I guess we'll go ahead and segue into one of my first topics. I was thinking about running for Congress. Not jokingly, not memeingly, not idle thought. I was actually legitimately thinking about it and being senator runner. Would anyone like to know why I didn't? I mean, I bet you could answer me on that. I really do. It's not a complex answer. Do I think I could do it? Representative? Yeah. No free time? Well, I mean, I'd kind of have to quit this job if I was going to do that. Money? Money is actually not as related as you'd think to that particular election. Because of the accusation? Actually, no. The amount of bullcrap people would dig up? That is irritating, but actually, believe it or not, other than the big one from 4 years ago, my record is quite clean. I was a straight A, no issues student. So, no, let me pull up the list of stinks, because that's, like I said, that's one of my topics here, so I wrote down some things. So, first problem. I'd have to declare for a side. It is within the realm of possibility to become a House representative without being Democrat or Republican. It is unlikely as hell, so that's barrier number one. I would either have to basically chop off my odds of winning at the knee, or I would have to declare for a side. Don't particularly want to declare for a side, and if I'm chopping myself off at the knee, then I'm doing a massive, extensive, in-depth, life-changing, altering my possible future job possibilities, while burning lots of money that may fail task. I know there's a run-on sentence, but I think you get my point. I would also potentially have to move. Yeah, that's a really weird one, by the way. You don't actually have to live in your district. I'm not only angry about that, Tesla, I'm livid because there's nothing I can do about it. So, that's problem number one. I'd probably have to declare for a side. That's funny, man, Overlord. Problem number two. Well, what would I try to do there? Can anyone guess? What would I try to do as congressman runner? Jesus, hazardous. Quanta is the closest to truthfulness there. I already said it earlier, speaker, and we've already vetoed the topic for the future. Go watch the VOD, assuming the VOD exists. Let's go ahead and summarize. I try to improve things. It's kind of the idea there, right? Now, what do you think would happen? Yes, I am Tesla. Although that's not news, but still cool. So if I tried to actually... if I tried to actually improve things, there are two likelihoods. Option 1, that's the end of my career, because I have ousted myself as not a team player. Not someone who is willing to work with the right committees or the right staff in order to actually, do whatever it is I'm supposed to do. Now, obviously, there is a possibility I would succeed. I don't want to sound like it's impossible. But we're talking about likely probabilities here. So probability number 1, that's the end of my career. Even in the unlikely chance that I unlikely get voted for, and there's 2 unlikelies there because of the party problem, I would probably then destroy my career pretty much immediately. However, there's actually another problem there. And it's actually more depressing, and it's what really made my mind, or changed my mind in the end there. They don't have to destroy my career, they just have to completely ignore me. You know what a pro forma senator is? That'd be me. And the realization that I could just kind of be amazingly ineffectual and just accomplish absolutely nothing, despite... That would be a huge... To be clear, I want to be very serious about this, because I'm not saying this like it's an idle thing. I understand just exactly how much of a deal it would be to make this happen. I'm going the wrong way. And after devoting myself to the furthest extent that I'm capable of, and maybe getting elected, with 2 maybes on that one, I would be a nobody and a nothing and would accomplish nothing. And, that's... it's not a good cost investment. I am using a PlayStation 3 controller, which is hooked up and modded to be pulled into my PC. Recess in 3 days. That would be me. That would be me. That would be me. That would be my job. Oh, I could run for local office. But, and this is going to sound really pathetic. What's the point? Not gonna lie, that was a little discouraging. Yeah, the committee things... Oh, God, Senate committee... Whoops, I went the wrong door. Senate committees are... a logical byproduct of a republic-based government. I hate that party name, by the way, because I always got to clarify what I mean between the two. Anyways. Isn't there good money on it? I mean, if I was willing to be completely corrupt, yeah. That's not even a joke or a lie or anything. If I was willing to just corrupt it up, I could probably get some decent money. And I could probably take care of me and mine. And I would officially be contributing to the problem in order to benefit the people I care about in the immediate sense. And I gotta say, in the immediate sense, because the whole point is that I don't just care about 5 people. Oh yeah, and I'd also be dead inside. And I'd probably finally commit suicide if I went that route. And I don't mean that in a joking manner. I mean, I would keep streaming even as a senator. God, I'm so turned around. Where the hell am I? Very true, Valerian. Very true. You get my point, though. I'm surprised you're not making fun of me, Valerian. I figured you would. But yeah, that's not happening. I couldn't. I couldn't, Lord Aramon. Yeah, that's true. AOC. I'm actually aware of that. She did that one stream. I mean, she had to stream Among Us. She couldn't stream a real game, but you know, elitism. I'm kidding. It's a popular game on stream. It was actually a very smart move on her behalf. That was very smart on her. Serious question about politicians streaming more in the future? Okay, real talk? We will probably see more of it, but we're at the very beginnings of that. We have just dipped our toes into that. Now, I want to explain what I mean by that. You have to understand that most of the people... I'm actually lost. Most of the people who are actually in power, and have been in power, are so colossally, hysterically out of date when it comes to modern society. Now, I don't mean that as a dig. Okay, no, I totally do. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're all dumb. But I bring that up because I have, and this is not me speaking facetiously or from media interviews, I have interacted with congressmen, I have interacted with judges, I have interacted with lawyers, I have interacted with lawmakers, I've interacted with people who are currently trying to run for Congress, House Representative and Senate in both cases. These people are so out of date. It's actually funny. Like, you talk about that kind of jokingly, right? But no, I mean, like, doesn't understand the concept of computers. Never mind the interconnectivity of the internet. Anyways, the reason I bring all this up, sorry, I'm belaboring the point. The reason I bring all this up, here we go, this is where I want to be, I think, is because I think that we will probably start to see more people actually drift into streaming and online interactions. But we've just barely started. We're nowhere with that. Most of them BS'd me. I had to... Okay, real talk for a second. I know we said when we're talking about more. During the court case, I had to, for legal reasons, explain my job to a judge. To a state judge. How long do you think that took? Spoilers, I never succeeded. He eventually just told me to drop the issue and just put me in as an entertainer. And all I was trying to describe was streaming. That's not a meme. It's not a joke. It just was that far outside of his understanding. Now, I know that's a small sample size. I'm sure there's plenty of people who have brains. Unfortunately, I haven't met them. It's like the good cop thing, and I don't mean that as a negative thing. Of course there's good cops. Of course there are. Duh. I just haven't met them yet. We need more of them. Anyways. See you around, Spartan. Hopefully there'll be a VOD. Damn it, I should just kill this guy. I don't know why I'm messing around with him. Oh, that's a good idea, Mad Cabal. I like that idea. Oh my god, this guy. Oh, hey, Huthor, I'm surprised you're even here today, to be completely honest with you. I mean, you and I disagree about friggin' Star Trek. I can't even imagine what you think of me today. So I haven't seen a lot of questions lately. Let me go ahead and hit one of my other topics. Let's talk about the Electoral College, shall we? Now, I'm going to go ahead and say something extremely controversial. You ready for this? I'm ready. You ready? This is it. This is the most controversial thing. Okay, I'm memeing this up. I apologize. I think that the Electoral College isn't that bad, but could be much worse. Now, allow me to try and explain what I mean by that, because it's a whole thing. The biggest thing that's interesting about the Electoral College is, despite the fact that the system is terribly set up, it hasn't actually caused that many issues. I actually wrote it down. 157 faithless electors ever. Ever. Think about that for a second. Now, hang on. Obviously, the way the system is currently designed is that Spartan is awesome. Now, I know that's hard to swallow. Spartan is an amazing person. But for him to be awesome as well, I know, it's shocking. How were electors chosen? That's a fantastic question. Hang on. First of all, thank you, Spartan, for those bits. Oh, I don't even want to get into gerrymandering. Holy crap, that's a whole other thing. I mean, it is obviously a connected issue, but... whew. But yeah, the way electors are chosen is that they are chosen. Oh god, hang on. Let me scroll because I got to get my notes. I don't want to misspeak here. So in McPherson versus Blacker in 1892, it was ruled by the Supreme Court that at least I think it was the Supreme Court. I shouldn't say that. Someone just ruled that, and what they ruled was states get to decide how they choose their electors. That's it. That's the limitation. The state, which usually means the Senate, but also the governor, can just say, you, and you're electors. And they're legally allowed to do that. Of course you can, SJ. I'm sorry, I didn't even see bits from you. I'm sorry. Where were these bits? I missed bits. Where's bits? I didn't even see them. I don't play in Metroid, but usually I can pay attention while playing Metroid. I still don't see the bits. Where's the bits? There's no bits. You're lying to me, SJ. Hang on. So, okay, let's go over the Electoral College real quick, all right? Yeah, that is a possibility, Mike Romano. Now, hear me out. This is actually a surprisingly complex issue. Hang on. I'm getting a lot of questions. Let me just run through this real quick. I'll try to summarize this. So, there are so many electors that each state gets. The number of electors each state get is dependent on their population plus 2, I think? Or is it plus 1? I don't remember. But basically, everyone gets at least one vote, or each one elector slot. And they also get a number of elector slots equal to, relative to their population. So like New York, California, and Texas have the most elector slots. Now, the way it works is we all vote on the popular vote. That's the early voting and leading up to November. Then in about a month, in December, the electors get together and they do the real vote. Now, that sounds awful, and there's a good reason that sounds awful. However, it is probably worth noting that that's not necessarily bad. Like I said, we've only had 157 faithless electors ever. Let me explain what a faithless elector is. Let's say you live in Washington. Let's say you live in Oregon. Let's be easier about this. And Oregon has voted for blue. A faithless elector is an elector who does not vote the way that the population voted. Sounds Mike? Now, here's the really interesting thing. There are 37 states where it is illegal to be a faithless elector. You have to vote the way the state. Here's the interesting part. Of those, only 15 of them actually have any system built in to punish you for being a faithless elector. In practice, what this means is we have 15 states where you cannot be a faithless elector. However, that's still not true, because some of the punishments that you have to face there are pathetically minuscule. In one state, I'm not going to name the state, you can look it up if you want, one of the states, the penalty for being a faithless elector is a fine of $1,000. I could pay that. Now, here's the problem. The Electoral College is baked into the Constitution. There's also aspects of it that are part of it. This is a whole thing. I'm really summarizing here. Yes, I did, actually, Valerian. Like I said, I was looking into that too. Real quick. Thank you, S. Diesel, for interrupting me. Always appreciate. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, $1,000 fine. Oh no. You get my point, right? Now, obviously, some of them do have more severe penalties than just a $1,000 fine, but you get the point. The level of enforcement on this is completely up to the states. That is Supreme Court judged on twice. That has come up twice. Once in the, I already forgot it, 18-something. I wrote down the date. Hang on. Near Automata. I need to write that down before I forget it. Okay. 1892. That was in the 1892 case. And that was reaffirmed, I think it was this year, but that was reaffirmed very recently. It was the same case. It was just they brought it back up and said, yep, states. It's up to the states. So, now, there was another case. Hang on, it's just going over. So that's how the Electoral College works. Whoever wins the certain number of electoral votes, they win the presidency. Now, that is true. That's part of the 15 hazardous. However, in some cases, they go the exact opposite of that. Like Pennsylvania, for example. I'll call it them specifically because they actually are specifically an how do I say that? Anti-faithless elector restrict. They're pro-faithless elector, let's just put it that way. Anyways, so state legislature has effectively total control over how they appoint the electors and how the electors vote. Now, we have had several disparities between popular votes and electoral votes. I actually have those written down right here. There are 5 of them, plus a debatable. I'm not talking about the 1960 example. Those are 1824. I already mentioned that one. That's when both people, or everyone was running for the same party. 1876, that was Hayes versus Tilden. 1888, that was Harrison versus Cleveland. 2000, that was Bush versus Gore. And this is why people have been talking about this so much lately. 2016, Trump versus Clinton. Now, a little bit of figures here if you're wondering why I bring that up. Hayes versus Jackson, the popular difference was about 44,149 people. The Trump versus Clinton gap between popular vote was 2,868,686. That is the biggest gap we've ever had. Now, I know that this is you're probably looking at this like, the problem is, and this is one of the reasons I studied voting systems this year, for the show, but admittedly because statecraft is fascinating to me. It's because of the fact that it's surprisingly easy to manipulate the system to manipulate the votes. This is, and I'll go ahead and give my opinion on this, one of the biggest reasons why I am against the Electoral College. Because it is a system which is astonishingly easy to manipulate in order to manipulate the votes, in order to basically subvert or expand or alter how the actual votes, the popular vote, went. Now, I'm not super, I've never been super big on the executive, on the presidency. However, this year I've been studying statescraft. I feel like I keep saying this. And one of the things I have learned is how much the executive branch is responsible for. And one of the interesting things the president can and does do is he appoints a whole lot of members of those cabinets. And those cabinets do a whole lot of day-to-day management of the country. Like a lot of it. Like, look at the Department of the Blanks. I decided to write it down at one point, and then I changed my mind, because there's like 20 departments. There's a lot of them. So, that ain't cool. This is... Now, okay, so Valerian brings up the next thing. This is actually the next thing I was going to bring up. Here's the thing. The Electoral College is very, very unlikely to go away. And I want to explain why. The reason why is because it's in the Constitution. For those of you not aware, changing the Constitution here in the States is really hard to do. It has to pass so many barriers for an actual change or amendment to the Constitution for it to actually happen. And for good reason. I do actually agree with that. The Constitution should not be easy to fix. If only the Constitution was more of a modern document, because I do personally believe that the Constitution is an out-of-date document. I hope that's not a controversial topic. It's just that it was made a couple of centuries ago. We have the internet now. You know? So the Electoral College is sticking. How do we fix that? Well, let's go ahead and add on to this the fact that How do you manipulate votes? Well, you manipulate the voting system. This leads us to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Now, the International is something that's been moving and growing for quite some time at this point. What it is it's fully legal, and it would fully utilize the Electoral College against itself by using state mandate to control state votes. This is all massively simplifying. I'm sorry. You asked me to talk about something massively complicated here, so I'm doing the best I can. The idea is, to put this as simply as possible, it's trying to build a voting bloc amongst the states to control the Electoral College for the purpose of legally forcing all the electors within that controlling voting bloc to vote the popular vote. Does that make sense? In short, we're still following the Constitution. The Electoral College still exists. The electors are still completely up to the states, as ratified twice by the Supreme Court. But this way, there would be federal popular. That's important. Federal popular vote. There would be legal mandate for all of those electors they would have to vote along with the overall federal popular vote to ensure, basically the idea is to patch fix the popular vote onto the Electoral College. Now, whether that's a good thing or not, that's more in the realm of opinion, but that all of that is established legality, in fact, and all that fun stuff. Now, why does the Electoral College exist? Now, there's actually a lot of reasons for that. The biggest reason is Breguin is awesome. Breguin went back in time and said, guys, you know what would be awesome? An Electoral College. And then she just giggled and vanished back into the modern era. And so thanks for that, Breguin. Appreciate it very much. Always obliged, ma'am. Give me a sec. I'll check what you donated for here. Okay, do you mind if I share what you said out loud? So what Breguin just said is she's putting that money towards MechWarrior 5 mercenaries because elections should be decided by giant freaking robot fights. Honestly, I'm kind of more in favor of that method than our current method, but let's not get into that. But yes, no, Valerian is absolutely correct. The problem is, as much as I look at the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact as let me go ahead and say that I think that's a decent idea. Let me go ahead and say that. I'm not sure I'm 100% in favor of it because it's not that simple. It's not. It boils down to, we actually talked about this earlier, it boils down to something that is an opinion. Do you think we should live by majority rule or not? I mentioned why the Electoral College exists in the first place. There were many reasons, of course, but two big ones I want to share with you. Reason number one, they didn't want everyone to have a say, basically. They didn't want every single person to have a vote because they didn't want, and this is something that was mentioned in chat a minute ago, they didn't want some guy 700 miles that way to decide how his life was going to be lived. So this was an attempt of a compromise kind of a thing to avoid mob rule. The second reason is actually far more pragmatic and is completely invalidated at this point, and that was communication. The odds that people were actually legitimately informed enough to make a decision back when this back when this system came out was really low. The whole point was the electors were supposed to be picked amongst people who actually knew what was going on politically at the time, and so they would be the ones actually making the decisions. That was point two. There's like 6, 7 other points there, but you get my point. Now, I think the communication thing is simultaneously more and less valid than it used to be, because we can stay informed, it's just there's so much more misinformation. So, I mean, well, that's a wash at that point. That just leaves us with mob rule. Do you think we should have everyone, one vote, what is it, one person, one vote, I think is what that concept's called. In other words, one person has one vote, the end. That's what that concept comes down to. The idea of Dr. Papa Penguin. Why are you guys donating today? The idea of... I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this, because I know exactly what I mean, and I'm trying to think of exactly how to say it. The idea is that some people think popular vote is good, and some people don't. I'm not going to say which of those I sit on, to be completely blunt, because, well, I guess I'll even say why. Because I'm not sure, is my honest answer. I'm not sure which of those sides of that argument I'm on. I don't have enough information. And I can only guesstimate based on what I do know, which is not enough. But the idea is, should everyone have a vote equally, or should they not? That is really what that boils down for. Two wolves and a sheep decide what to have for dinner. That's what that boils down to. It's easy to understand why some people are against total vote, and it's easy to understand why some people are in favor of total vote. It's very easy to see both sides for this. Let me give you a hypothetical that doesn't touch on Dr. Papa Penguin being so awesome. Thank you very, very much again. Always, sir. Much obliged. You are awesome. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. Let's talk about Star Wars. Let us assume for a moment that there was a referendum out, and it got to... it was a vote to decide one Star Wars film that would just... I know this is a made-up scenario. Please bear with me, okay? It was a referendum to... Actually, you can, Dr. Papa Penguin. But I need you to pick a topic, so I'm going to put that in the pick a topic thing. You're not the first person to donate towards that. If you want to sit and think about a topic, please do. So... Yeah, exactly, Leonard. Star Wars. Let us assume for a moment that there's a popular vote going out. Well, you know what I mean. And this vote is to determine... one, timeline's too big. I need something a little bit smaller than that. Timeline's going to involve building everything else. That's going to be like the last thing that's finished. How do I phrase this? The popular vote will pick a Star Wars film. And all the other Star Wars films? Gone. They are destroyed. They are erased. 5 seconds ago. There we go. They're destroyed. They're erased. They're wiped out. All copies, digital, physical. Like, again, I know this is a totally made-up example, but just bear with me for a second, okay? All other copies of all other Star Wars films, gone. Okay? Now, you might be like... And because I've noticed most people don't seem to understand the problem. Because most people seem to think that other people think kind of like them or like them. All you need to do to understand why some people don't like popular vote is to think, what if Episode 1 won? Or whatever Star Wars film you like the least. Pick one. Doesn't matter. Imagine if that was the one Star Wars we get to keep, was the one you hate. That's all you need to do to understand why some people are not in favor of popular vote. Because that is an exceptionally real possibility, and when we get... And the reason I kind of made up this completely nonsensical fantasy scenario is because in real life, these kind of political issues actually affect people. You know? If this was something simple like voting for the favorite Star Wars, then who cares? We still have the other Star Wars. But when it comes to these kind of political matters, when it comes to deciding the executive branch, when it comes to deciding this legislative branch, we are doing things that are going to affect a large group of people, including you. And what if the other people vote against you? You know what one of the most popular films in terms of sales figures of all time is? Jurassic World. And the Transformers films. What if those films, thanks to popular vote, suddenly became the only films? What if the only video games that were allowed to be made were MOBAs, because popular vote voted for those to be the ones to stay? That is all you need to do to understand why some people have issues with popular vote, with straight vote. There's also issues with... No, Valerian, oh my god, I just read your comment. I mean, I like that show. What little I've seen of it, I haven't seen all of it. Thank you very, very much, Valerian. Always appreciate, sir. Thank you so, so much. I hope this day has been to your satisfaction. I'm glad you were here for this. Star Ocean 2. There's a quote by a comedian. I'm not going to name the comedian, because I don't remember his name. But he said, you ever watch when the camera pans across, like, the WWF fans and think, those people will determine my future? That's the fear of popular vote. Now, pro-popular vote. Well, pro-popular vote is fair. I mean, this is actually a lot easier to explain. I don't have to go into some big analogy. All I have to say is, more people want X, therefore more people should have more right to pick X. Because there's more of them who are actually in favor of X. I mean, again, it's really, really basic. It's really a base level understanding of why some people are in favor of popular vote. If 99 people in a room want chili, and one person, wants salad, then there you go. We get chili. Now, if I'm being completely honest, this is just my opinion. I think that the larger a government gets, the more secular... Is that the right word? Segmented? Cellular it needs to be. I shouldn't actually say that because that's ousting my opinion on the states versus federal argument, but I stand by it. I think that the larger an organization gets, the more you need the individual pieces to be able to self-govern. Because you don't want... Let's assume for the moment that I conquer the world and then I expand and conquer the entire Oort cloud and then I take the entirety of the... What is it? The Orion wing or whatever? Whoosh. Okay. That's quintillions of people across gabrillions of planets, and you get the idea, right? Now, under those circumstances, in my opinion... Thank you, the Orion arm. In those circumstances, it is my opinion that one group of 10 people, or 100 people, or whatever, should not dictate policy for the entirety of that. They should dictate overall policy, which should then be... And then we shift down, and then they should dictate policy, and then we should shift down, and then they dictate policy. And the point being that most of the actual management of day-to-day function, as well as what you do where and how resources are distributed, what people work for what ways, that kind of thing, is more dependent on the individual level, the cellular level. Because Oklahoma is not the same as California. No, exactly, Captain Savage. See, you get my point. You see why I haven't decided on either of these things. Why I haven't actually made a decision. Because I can see both sides of the argument, and it's just... Also, Nerazaz says that would take a very long time. Depends how you organize it. The real catch there is, in order to really build a system like that, you should probably build it from the ground up. That's not what we're doing. Speaking as a student of history who's been studying statecraft lately, what we have, and most of the issues we have in real life, the overwhelming majority of them are there because of old crap. Because they didn't plan this stuff out. Because they were just making it up on the fly. And trying to, okay, hang on, and then, we didn't even think about that. Hang on. There's also, Valerian just brought up another point of the large versus small argument. Because the problem is, what do you decide what is decided by what? We had a meme. I know, right, Uthor? We had a meme back in the A-Chain game for a while there. I'm sure most of you never even heard of the A-Chain game. But the meme was, we should vote on how to vote. Now, the problem was, it wasn't actually a meme. Because, again, voting is a complex thing. But, again, when it comes to actual governance and this sort of thing, you do have to decide how you're going to decide. What is something that should be in charge at the federal level? What is something that should be in charge at the state level? What should be something at the county level? County level is actually pretty important, as I've learned over the years. A lot of stuff is done at the county level here in the States. What should be done at the town level? Or city level, rather? You get my point. You know, how much should be governed by which level? In some cases, there's been situations, I'm not going to name any specifics, where it's like, okay, at this level, we're going to go ahead and we're going to give you this budget and give you broad strokes to do something. Then we go down to this level and they're like, okay, well, we have broad strokes, so we're not even going to bother doing that. We're just going to use that money on something else entirely. Which is technically allowed for them to do, but maybe they shouldn't because they're actually supposed to be following orders. You know, chain of command. But of course, chain of command isn't a thing in civilian government. And you see, I'm not saying we should have military government. Don't misquote me. I'm just pointing out how there are many, many ways for things to be misinterpreted or deliberately misinterpreted, or maybe things don't apply, or maybe the orders you're given are stupid. The person with the most guns. There's actually a term for that, believe it or not. That was bigger army diplomacy. I'm serious, look it up. Bigger army diplomacy. So that's the Electoral College. Yeah, that's very true. I learned that when I was pretty young, actually, Valerian, because I was looking into highways and highway funding. Okay, so hang on. I'm looking at the electoral stuff here. Gunboat diplomacy is later, but gunboat diplomacy is an off-cropping of bigger army diplomacy. I don't know if they're the same thing or not, but bigger army diplomacy predates that. Do I think the Starship Trooper method of vote? Remind me. I don't think we are, Baronessa. Honest statement. What percentage of my audience is non-American? I have no idea. Ah, that's right. You service guarantees voting. Totally with it. On paper. Application's a little different. I think it's a decent idea. I do. But I think implementing it is not a decent thing. How the hell do you implement that, after all? Now, you're probably thinking, well, you just do this and this and this and this. Well, that is something you can decide, but you do have to decide what you're deciding. Actually, so that would be... That is a weird... How can you... Whatever. No one has actually brought that up yet. We love Kirby. That took me a second. I kept wanting to say will love Kirby, because I thought that was the second L. My thoughts on the EU as a system? Yeah, exactly. It depends on what you do to earn it. There's a lot of... Like, do you earn it by working for the government? Do you earn it by working for the military? Is there, like... Do they count utility work in there? Like, could you go work an electrician thing? Could you opt out and just not have a vote? I mean, there's a lot of... that would have to be decided around that. So the European Union. Give me a second. Give me a second. One second. Oh god, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. No, I'm sorry, give me just a second. I apparently didn't have this as ready as I thought I did. I'm a dummy. There we go. Oh, hey, Metroid's still going. Give me a sec. I'm not looking at chat for just a moment because I gotta pull this up. Hello? There it is. Okay, so what do I think of the European Union? This is what I think of the European Union. Now, this is straight off Wikipedia. I've actually seen a few of these before. But this kind of says it all, if I'm being completely honest. See, once again, if you actually study the European Union, which is one of the things I looked into this year, you'll know that it's something that kind of came about as a result of something. Hang on. So, it came about as a result of something that came about, 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 going back to, well, 1947-ish. It could be argued to go back before that, but my point is, you ever, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. None of this was planned out. The EU was not planned out. It was pkunk, and then 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 pkunk. Right? It's just... It's a system built on stuff, you know? It's how it works, right? No, Mike. Well, maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. That's the real answer. I haven't thought about it. So yeah, this is... where do I begin with the EU? It's a confederation. Let's start with that. The core EU is a confederation. And I want to explain that a little bit, because a confederacy... There's some negative connotations with that word for some reason, but a confederacy is actually not a bad form of government. A confederacy is a bunch of independent government states who happen to have a federal layer that really only exists for very specific things. Basically, on the federalism versus statism argument, a confederacy is way more towards the state. The federal side determines a few specific things. The states deal with those things. And otherwise, everyone just kind of runs their own affairs. That's a confederacy. Yes, I know I'm simplifying it. Yes, I know that every government type actually has exclusions and exceptions and all sorts of things. Let's just move on. I'm fine with that. Really. Like, that doesn't sound particularly bad to me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to add to that, to be completely honest with you. The thing that makes me kind of raise an eyebrow is everything on that list that is not the European Union. Because we have... Oh, God, so we've got... where's the one I actually know about? There's a couple of these I know about specifically. The Schengen area, yep. Because some of these take into existence... I don't understand that question, we love Kirby. Oh, it's just because I'm being thorough with my words, I suppose? I don't know what you're referring to exactly. Anyways, the point being, they're like, well, we want some of the benefits of being in the EU, but we don't actually want to be in the EU. And when there's like 20 different separate benefit categories, you can understand how there's a lot of different individual groups, which actually defines that. Oh, no, it's not that. You guys are fine, We Love Kirby. Everyone on chat right now is fine. I'm more worried about the fact that this is a video I'm putting up on YouTube that's going to be part of permanent record for the next billion years. So I try to be a little more specific about my word choice if I can. Anyways, point being, there's the ones that don't share borders, then there's the ones that do use the same currency, and then there's the ones that do have similar legislation with regards to taxation, and then there's the ones that don't have a right to vote, but do have to follow the state laws, and so forth, and so on, and so forth, and so on. You get the idea. That's the EU. An interesting idea that is kind of a mess. Oh, all of them, Fiendish Talk. I actually meant to sit down and cover all the topics. You guys have been rapid-firing them so hard. Please don't ask me to do an actual itemized list on the VOD. I don't think I can actually physically do that. We've talked about many topics. Many topics. Thank you, Biozilla. Always appreciate, sir. Now that the regional governors are in control. All right. I will put that towards... Here on, Justin. I'll put that towards... What are we up to? What is that? I can't read that. Blue Lions. There it is. Blue Lions. There we go. No, SJ. Here, let me double check here. Let me double check, because I have another way I can check, but I didn't see them pop up at any given point in time. Let me check this thing. So there's Dr. Papa Penguin. Hang on. Then there's S. Diesel, Spartan, Hourglass. Oh, there it is. 2 hours ago. Jesus. 2 hours ago, SJ donated 500. Why didn't you bug me more, man? Thank you for the bits. I must have completely missed them. Very much appreciate, SJ. Thank you. What would you like to put those towards? This is why I say, this is why my system includes the verbal response. If I do not verbally respond, presume I did not get your donation. Why do unions get a bad rap in the USA? Corruption and the mafia. Simple answer. I mean, I could go into more details, but that really is what it boils down to. Who's in charge of the EU? Germany! That's a meme. I'm joking. Don't come down to me. Or don't come down to me. Alright, so... Civilization 2, you got it, SJ. Thank you. Yeah, there's also some leftover Red Scare. How leftover? One generation up from me is still worried about that. Put it to you that way. Francis, I mean... Gets down to that question again, doesn't it? Should 99 people choose? What's more important, the popular vote? And fairness? Or individual vote? And problems with that. Anyways. I think a video game industry union would be a good thing. I already saw it, Hazardous. No, I think more like we need multiple unions when it comes to video game industry. Funnily enough, while we're talking about little life goals that I gave up on, I thought about forming a union for streamers. There were several things in the way with that. Obviously, the first and most important thing in the way of that was I'm a nobody-nothing who could never actually accomplish that goal. But I did look into some other problems, and the problem is most of the things that would actually keep that kind of a union in control, you know, having a say, having a vote, having strength, don't actually apply. So that's just not really happening. So we're just screwed. So if Twitch just decides to ban me tomorrow, they can do that. And there's not a lot I can do about that. Anyways. So there's the people should be allowed to vote question. There's the... I talked about the debt limit. I talked about the electoral system. Woodrow Wilson. I haven't really studied Woodrow Wilson, even though I've studied the Great War quite a bit. I've never looked into that all that much. Oh yeah, somebody asked about BLM. Okay, I don't want to talk about that topic, to be 100% honest. But I want to share a story, which is going to, which is dangerous to share. But I'm going to go ahead and share a story about this. So, a little under 4 years ago, I was just out and about in a park. And there were a couple people out there who had signs up that said hashtag BLM. What does that mean? They said, well, it means Black Lives Matter. And I said, in just general confusion, I was like, well, yeah, all lives matter. Of course they do. You could probably imagine the reaction I got to that. Now, the problem is, that is my reaction. Of course your lives matter. But that's not what the movement really means, right? And that's an issue. That's one of the reasons why this has been a controversial topic and why it's been something that I don't talk about and why I don't go out and open about. Because of course frickin' their lives matter. Of course they do. Yes, there are demonstrable and visible signs of systemic racism which do absolutely need to be fixed. Let me share something with you. This is partially personal experience and partially some research, okay? Not media. No news. All that can go out the window, okay? I am white. I know. Shocking. And I also was extremely fortunate when the court case happened, the one I don't want to talk about, but I need to talk about it to make the point here. So, I had a job I could do remotely. I had a friend who was in the district, the county specifically, who happened to live there, who actually had a place that I could stay at where I could do my job remotely. Now, I could stop there. Those two benefits are all I really need to say. Because under just about any other circumstances, I would have lost my job, I would have lost my place of living during that case. Because that's how the system works. If you don't understand why I'm bringing this up, this is just one of many, many, many reasons why the vengeance system here in the United States is astonishingly broken. Okay? By the way, the counter-argument to that, I should know, because I received it, was, well, you could just stay in jail. Anyways, now, I want you to understand that that system is broken and corrupt and designed to keep you in the system because money. I've actually talked about this multiple times. It really is a money centrifuge, is I think the best way to put that. Because at every level, at the level of the individual policeman, at the level of the individual precincts, at the level of the county jail, at the level of the local city jail, at the level of the actual state judges and lawyers and district attorneys and prosecutors and all of that, at every single level, they get more money the more they hit their quotas. The more people they work on, the more cases they're working on, the more they're processing, the more arrests they have. You get it. Every single one of those tiers, this is not hyperbole, by the way. This is not vagary. Okay, we're not into opinion yet. At every single one of these tiers, people are incentivized with money to do more of their job. With me so far? That means the system is, by default, slanted against the accused. Note that I do not mean the convicted, because most people don't understand there's actually a gargantuan difference between accused and convicted. This is the first step. This isn't even the last step. But there's a huge gap between these two. And they have to go through so many steps. I should know. I fell down every single one of these steps on the staircase here in order to get over to innocent. Because I was not convicted, obviously. Yeah, Raximus is absolutely right. This is one of the reasons why some cops, and it's only some, it's relative to the precinct and it's relative to the county, but in some areas, they will pull you over for speeding because that way they're meeting their quotas, and that changes their budget, and it changes how many bonuses the individual policemen make, and or changes how many bonuses the captain, I guess would be the correct terminology, get, which allows them to allocate their budget. And so it's all monetarily driven, right? Now, I'm not suggesting a solution here. I'm just pointing out the facts, okay? Now, my reason for bringing all of this up is to explain in partial detail just how messed up this system is. This is why I started this by saying I had a person who could shack me up, and I had a job I could do remotely. I could live somewhere and keep working. And that makes me a super exception. Most people can't do those two things. Now, what does this have to do with BLM? I want you to think about the type of people who deliberately and actively go out of their way to target others in order to throw them into that system that they have to know is as corrupt and decadent as I just illustrated. This is what I mean by systemic, to answer a question that flitted by in chat earlier. That's why this is a systemic problem. We can't go kill Hitler and everything gets better. This is something that needs to be structurally altered from the ground up. By the way, that's only one issue. It's just the one I happen to be the most familiar with, and thus can speak with some authority on. Yeah, I'm not even getting into private prisons. I'm not even getting into just, oh god, there's so many other things I can get into. Veto Mockingbirds. Also, it doesn't matter. I'll even tell you why I'm vetoing. Doesn't matter. Yeah, and as Larian points out, imagine you are a good policeman, which, of course there's good cops, right? Of course there are. We talked about that earlier. So, What do you do about that? That's a related issue, Wilking. What do you do when going through the system doesn't work? And that's a hard question right there. And that gets into some really brackish territory. Thank you, Chemic. You guys have been a good escape. Legit. Because I'd say black people, but actually this does target Mexicans quite a bit. Speaking of someone who, yeah. Because people, some of the people, okay, let me put it to you this way. I began with the end in mind. Because the system supports screwing over people, and this is the entropy thing all over again. I know that sounds strange, but this is mathematically leaning towards standardized norms, which is what most systems do over time. Black people will be targeted more because there are racists. That means more black people will be in a position where they can be targeted, which will then be targeted even by people who aren't racists. Does that explain it? Sift, 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 and over time this becomes the norm, right? This goes back down to the room of 50 people argument I've actually used a few times before. You know, if you have 50 people in a room, and if everyone is cool with each other, we're cool, but one person can ruin it for everyone. Well, no, see, that's a fair point, Lord Atlantean. I actually legitimately do not believe most people are racist. I don't. But all it takes is the couple people in the room of 50 to be racist to get the ball rolling and to ruin everything for everyone else. Oh yeah, by the way, this is something I didn't even talk about, but when I was mentioning the issues with the vengeance system earlier and the money-driven thing, that affects you too. In order to not be in jail, you have to pay for that. Did you know that? I'm not talking about bail, which is a concept nobody understands, apparently. Bail is a completely separate thing. Bail is just a temporary money you lock up and say, I'm going to be good, and I'm not going to skip town. That's all bail is. When the case is over, you get that bail money back, whether you are guilty or not. If you violate the terms of your agreement, you never get that money back. That's bail, okay? Yeah, fiction does not understand that at all. People do not seem to understand that at all. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. If you go ahead and post bail, you still have to, separate from that, pay to stay out of jail. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Bail is something that's locked up over here. You, separate from that, have to pay to not stay in jail. So, multiple times, actually. You know, you have to go in for drug tests. That's on you to pay for. You have to go and visit with your appointed counselor or person who's going to be checking up on you. I can't remember the title right now. That costs money. You have to pay a fee simply for being a part of that system, to simply be out of jail at any given point in time. That's just 3 fees right off the top of my head you have to pay in order to not be in jail. Oh yeah, and you have to be at those things. Now, in the interest of fairness, in my experience, they are actually kind of lenient about scheduling those. They'll give you a range, like, we need to meet sometime this week. What'll work for your job schedule? I am specifically referring to jail. Jail is different than prison. If I said prison, I misspoke. I apologize. Prison is actually a completely separate category. And arguably less messed up, but simultaneously more in other ways. Generally speaking, jails are going to be worse than prisons, though. Almost every time. Jails... Let me share a personal experience with you. Do you mind? Mute me if you don't want to hear something horrible. Now, this may not sound horrible to you. That's up to you. I once had to temporarily stay in a jail. It was part of a transfer system because they farm people out, because what they do is, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to temporarily send you to this jail so that they can get your head count, which means they get a bigger budget. Simple answer. Anyways, they call it farming. So I was farmed out to another jail. This jail's cell that I was in was about twice the size of my closet, total. Now, you can't see that, obviously, but let me just say that the amount of space that my green screen, chair, and desk are taking up to the ceiling is larger than this cell. Now, that's important, because there were 4 people in that cell, counting me. You've probably heard about overcrowding. It's much worse, trust me. This is not a joke. God, I wish it was a joke. I wish it was a joke. I'm not even... I could tell you so many stories, guys. I don't want to, if that's okay. I have a really good memory, and I wish I didn't remember any of it. How many square feet? God, I don't know. Where's my... Oh, here's my tape measure right here. Hang on. $29 days, by the way. So, looks like a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that. So that's about 70 inches along. Yeah, that's about right. It's about a little less than that. Whatever 70 by 64 inches is, roughly. How can I believe in the goodness of people after experiencing that? I have no idea. I don't. I have no idea. I'm out of water. Anyways, I was incapable of lying down. I remember it. I was actually kneeling up against the wall. There was a toilet right there. I should also mention, I'm sorry, I didn't mention this. There were bunks. So there was a slab. Oh yeah, by the way, you ever want to never be able to sleep properly for the rest of your life? Metal bed. Look into it. Anyway, so there's the metal slab, and then there's a metal slab up there. I, of course, couldn't get the slab, so I just got to kneel over here. Moving on. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, systemic. Right. That's what we were talking about, BLM and this whole problem. Yeah. The point I'm trying to make, the core point, is cops are 100% aware of that environment. Don't tell me they're not. You don't. Don't even try. They are 100% aware of what's going on in the jail system, in what's going on with the farming, in what's going on with the money-driven element, and they still deliberately go out of their way to target people who, well, they go out of the way to target people to throw in there. And there are some individuals who will do so specifically with malicious intent in order to target people who they know are less likely to get out of that system. Now, that could be because of racism, or it could be because they're just meeting their quota. Which is worse is up to you. It is, after all, their job. Anyways. Yeah, or there could also just be evil people in the system. I don't have any way of judging that von Falkenstein. Are reforms possible? I believe so. If I'm being completely honest, I do legitimately believe that we could reform the vengeance system. The problem is, it would involve a wrecking ball. And I'm not really being facetious here. I think the system is so thoroughly broken from ground floor that it really does need to be destroyed and replaced with something else. That is my opinion on that. Like, we need something completely new in place of that nonsense. My opinion. Fire department? I'm cool with the fire department. We're cool. I've actually known a few first responders. They're cool people. Anyways, sorry. We're just way off on topic here. I apologize. This is Oblivion, yes. Good ear. Good ear. No, I agree, Valerian. Most people have no idea. The reason I wanted to go into some detail there, even though that sucked to remember that, is because I wanted you to understand. I can't say it's bad, because you won't understand if I say it's bad. I have to explain. What is Twitch? Well... yeah, I know. Let's not even get into that one. Who do I think should own the means of production? That's a valid topic for today. Yes, I do have Google Fiber. So, who should own the means of production? I had a thought when I was designing my own economic system. Because you get the idea. Let's say that you got a farm, okay? And let's say that you've got... God, how do I describe this? Let us assume for a moment... That doesn't even begin to surprise me, Mockingbirds. I'm sorry. No, I believe you, Crazy Norse. Okay, real talk for just a second. One of the reasons I think this system can be reformed is because I've looked into some justice systems in other countries, and while they're not exactly perfect, I think they're better. If I could borrow a quote from Kennedy, you know, that system may not be perfect, but at least they don't have to do what we're doing, right? I mean, that's a mangled quote, but you get my point. Farm. We'll do something really simple. There's actually a lot of complexity here, but just hear me out for a second. Let's say SJ has $10. Just made up numbers. Hear me out for a second. SJ buys this farm. SJ now owns this farm in totality. Cool. So SJ owns the farm, 100%, right? Now, who should actually gain the profits if SJ hires people to work the farm? Because that's actually the more interesting question to me. And I can think of 3 generalized categories that answer this question. The most obvious answer is SJ gets all the profits. He owns the farm. If I'm being honest, this only makes a little bit of sense to me. Now, you're probably thinking, what? No, you have to pick a side. Hear me out for a second. See, the thing is, SJ did actually put initial capital into this. So the initial investment was his, so he should get return on that. Bazamph. On the other hand, if he is just sitting back, if he has hired these people and is just sitting back and not doing anything, well then he probably shouldn't get the full ownership of that. Which is why I say he should get partial. He should get a percentage. Because he is the one who put the initial in. And the people working it should probably get a percentage as well, based on that. Now, this can actually be leveled out and complexified, because again, I was building an entire economic system, so what do you want from me? I don't know if this is a real system. I actually don't know. I was building this from my own fictional setting. But the general idea is investment equals ownership, but profits are derived from workers. What I mean by that is there's someone working the field, there's someone hiring the people, there's someone managing the distribution, that is to say, connecting to the distribution company. There's someone packing to get that. All of these groups of people all equal up to a percentage of the profits. Therefore, all of them share in those profits relative to that. Does that make sense? Now, the percentages of that is where the complexity comes in. How much the worker should get versus how much the packer should get versus how much the guy who flies by... Well, no, he's not part of that. So, you know, you get the idea. How much each person should get, the percentage they should get. That's where things get tricky, and that's where it becomes problematic. But that's the overall area where I'm looking at that. Like, okay, Now, hear me out for a second, because you're probably thinking, well, but what's the incentive for capitalists to invest? You realize he still gets a percentage of the profits, right, Boss Baby? The person who did the initial capital, which is SJ in our example here, he still gets profit from that. He just gets a percentage of the profit from that. It's just distributed amongst him and the people who are actually generating the profit. Anyways, you still make money. And effectively, you can make money by not doing anything still. Now, that may sound like a weird thing to be okay with, but as long as it's still being fairly distributed, I am okay with that, because at that point, that effectively becomes a incentive, which is very important in an economic system. You want people to put upfront capital. You want to fling upfront capital onto things. That is an important thing for an economic system, and therefore you want to have incentives to do that. Option 2, retirement. There's plenty of investment possibility for that, and not only for retiring, but also ensuring the future of, say, your family. Because you can then bequeath your ownership of that percentage of that share of that farm you own to your child. They now own it. They're now okay for a while. And I could go into other ideas, but I hope you get the point. I do hope you get the point. People will still get rich. People will still get money for investing. It's just they will not get what they're getting now and have for most of human history. I'm sorry, Maz. I don't mean to. I've made my point. I hope I've made my point, but I don't mean to. Yeah, there's also more potential for moving upward, too. It's an upward mobility thing. Now, there is actually a niggle here. But it's okay. Again, in my fictional setting, I already figured out the niggle, because the niggle's really easy to understand. Well, SJ doesn't have enough money to buy that farmland. So SJ gets together with Gum Gum, Larian, Crazy Norse, Mike Romano, and Hazardous. And all of them get together and they say, okay, let's all pool in, keep track of how much money they've all put in. They buy the farm. Now what you have is shares. Each one of them now has a share of that farm. And what they make out of that is because they make a percentage of their percentage, right? The percent that would go to the owners, right? That just gets divvied up based on how much they put in, how much they own. Pretty simple. Like I said, the only actual complexity is determining the specific percents of what a given worker is worth, because not every worker is doing the same kind of work as every other worker. So you have to either decide every worker gets paid the same, which that's a mess, or you need to decide which workers are worth more than other workers, which that's a mess. Which mess would you prefer? And there are connected systems to this, obviously. It's just, that's the overall idea. So I hope that answers, I'm sorry, I rambled way too long there. I hope that answers ownership of production. I hope that answers that question. How would I handle inheritance tax? Okay, so inheritance straight is actually really simple. Because there's only two mentalities when it comes to inheritance. Not inheritance tax, just straight inheritance. And those options are either A, inheritance exists, or B, inheritance does not exist. Those are really the only two options. If inheritance does not exist, then you own these 3 mansions, you die, these 3 mansions are now owned by nobody. Which, you might be thinking, how the hell would that work? What would probably happen is they would end up being baked into some kind of government fund where they could then be purchased from the government for whoever actually wanted to take them, as a way of continuing to cycle revenue into probably the state government, I would say, at that point, but you get the idea. If inheritance exists, then they decide where that goes, and there's a whole layer of legality about how inheritance works. So there you go. Bam. Now, inheritance tax? That's actually a pretty complex topic, but I am overall in favor of the idea. I do think implementation is tricky, but I do think that there's nothing necessarily wrong with taxing inheritance within reason. That's really what that boils down to. You're probably wondering, why, Lore? Economics. The general idea is, hear me out. I know this sounds like a strange statement, but just hear me out for a second. Let's say Mike Romano buys a mansion. Now, let's say inheritance tax doesn't exist whatsoever. So you buy the mansion, and you die, and you bequeath it to Crazy Norse, okay? So, as a direct consequence now, assuming there is no additional tax, no property tax or inheritance tax or whatever, what means is now that house is effectively left the economy. Now, if that doesn't explain the problem, I could try to go into more depth to it, but that has several long-term potential ramifications, given how much of most of economics sits on the real estate industries. Plural. Is this still blinking? Oh my god, it is. Has Metroid been blinking? God, I have gotten way off topic as we've been talking. I apologize. Let me stop the blinking there. Hang on. Someone asked a question before Ganos. Let me roll up for a second. Where was that? It was, am I in favor of wills? Yes? What's the downside of a will? That's... I mean, again, that's inheritance or no inheritance. I'm more in favor of inheritance than I am no inheritance. I could see a no inheritance system working. If someone has 2 houses and 2 kids, do I think the inheritance should be taxed? I don't understand the statement, Hazardous. Because you didn't give me the information I need. You've told me 2 plus blank equals blank. I'm missing information. Cannot solve. So, other negatives outside of inequality. Incentive to screw over the consumer, lobby and form cartopolies or monopolies. So let's go ahead and give the actual answer to that. And the actual answer is none. There is no actual answer to that. There's no fixing for that. The solution is to remove greed. That's not really on the paper. It's not really on the table. So since we can't remove greed from the equation, all we can do is try to constantly check and deal with it. Either from a government level, or from a corporate level, or from an individual level by pushing against the corporate and the government. That's it. That's the answer. But yeah, I do think inheritance tax needs to be reconsidered. Again, it depends, Hazardous. It depends, is my answer to you. What I think about inheriting debt. That is actually, you'd think that's the same question, but it's super not. So let's go ahead and be real about something. Debt is such a fundamental aspect of humanity and has been for millennia. But debt is also astonishingly complex because debt goes all the way up to the species level. Yes, we actually have species debt, in addition to all the way down to the individual level of me owing $5 to Bob for whatever. The thing is, debt's one of those interesting things because debt is actually kind of a good thing depending on how it's presented and utilized. Now, you're probably thinking, what? But no, debt, all debt is a vacuum in an economic system that pulls money into it. That's what debt is, okay? At a national level, for example, nations probably should have debt to some extent. The catch is, what I'm referring to, I've actually talked about this before, what I'm referring to is something a little more complex than just, I owe Mike $500. That specific debt should be dealt with. I should actually pay Mike off for that. But I, in general, should retain a general debt vacuum bubble. Make sense? So the money should keep flowing, and I should keep paying off that debt, and then I should accrue more debt, and then pay that off, and accrue more debt, and pay that off, and so forth, and so on. That's a healthy economic system. You can see why that has problems, because then there's the old debt, which just sits there, where if I just owe Mike $500 and I never pay him, that's bad, because that's the exact opposite of what an economy needs. It's just a debt sitting there, one exact transaction that is not happening. Now, give me a sec, Loner. That's a whole other topic. Now, what does this have to do with inherited debt? My automatic answer is that inherited debt should probably be a case-by-case scenario, which doesn't actually answer the question, but that is my legitimate answer. However, I think inherited debt should be judged case by case. In other words, it should be possible for debt to be inherited. However, I think statistically speaking, the larger percentage of inherited debt should probably be, if my mom is in debt, she's not, but let's assume she is. Let's say she dies tomorrow, which would be incredibly devastating. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So she dies. That sucks. Should I be in debt for her debts? Let's say she's $10,000 in debt with medical expenses. The answer is no, because the medical industry doesn't need that $10,000. It was overpriced anyways. It was for something that doesn't really matter for her specific case, and I shouldn't have to pay for that because that transaction has effectively already shown. So even from a pragmatic, non-moralistic perspective, there's no economic benefit for coming after me for that debt. Sense make? Oh, I know, Crazy Norse. I actually have looked into that. Now, I do think there are certain cases where inherited debt probably should actually be a thing. But that's probably more at the larger scale thing and not the individual layer. The only way that would matter for an individual layer is, let's say Baronessa is insanely rich. She's in the millions range, right? And you're thinking, only millions? Well, yeah, because remember, we changed how the economic system works. She's still quite rich. So, Baronessa is very, very wealthy, and she is on her last legs. And so Baronessa, she's even named Baronessa, I didn't even think about that. And so she decides to suddenly just tons and tons of debt in order to, in terms of like buying real estate, she puts up a ton of mortgages, and she grabs all sorts of stock, and she just does all sorts of things at a medium to high level of financial interaction, accruing a large amount of debt, and then dies. Should that debt pass on to either her estate, or to her next of kin, or to her company, or to some combination of all three? The answer is probably yes. Especially since at this point, again, moralistically, she was trying to game the system. This is a little different than a mother giving debt to their son. And, of course, the most obvious reason, from a purely pragmatic, non-moralistic perspective, these transactions haven't really been concluded yet. Now, properties being returned? Yeah, we could do that. Sure. What about the rest of it? We could even make it a choice. Would you like to inherit the debt for this property, or would you like to return the property? Haha, Shikar. You get why I say this should be a case-by-case thing? God, you got me off on some topics today. Oh my god, I haven't even taken a stretch break. No wonder I'm so sore. We've been just going full tilt. It's okay, we always do that. I need to get some water. I haven't had water for like an hour. Hang on, I didn't see Huthor's question. Give me 1 second. Speaker, thank you very, very much. Much obliged and appreciate for your donation. Thank you very, very, very much. You didn't say anything in the donation comment, though, so if you know where you want to put that, please let me know. But yeah, we should take a group stretch break, because I have no water, and I haven't stretched for 5 hours. Heavensward, you got it. I don't actually know what that is. So, hang on. Huthor, save your question. Zawun, save your question. I will be right back. By the way, I just want to say I'm super proud of you guys. No issues so far. Y'all rock. Okay, questions, go. Do I have any other topics at this point? Hang on. Oh yeah, I want to talk about AAA development. Is that it? Is that my only other topic? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about that too. I have 2 more topics. Why do I suck? Well, I am terrible. Should we abolish minimum wage law? I think that's the wrong solution. I think there are other related issues that would need to be solved before that. What about landlords and private property rental? I don't see why that would change anything. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. Hate fighting these guys. So in other words, what about in a situation where someone just kind of plops down some money and then makes money? Well, no, I have not, Fiendish Dog. The idea there is... what? How do I phrase this? I don't know, Zactap. We'll decide when we get there. The livable wage. I like that idea, Bernice. See, that's actually kind of a tricky one. Because Huthor's not even there, is he? But yeah, you're right. There's no real production involved. So I guess the problem is, at that point, what we'd have to do is we'd have to get into legality. And you're probably like, what does legality have to do with anything, Lore? Well, let me put it to you this way. We would have to come up with a system in order to enforce a minimum level of value on rental places, that would then be enforceable. In other words, the catch there would be, so let's say Huthor has decided to buy a condo complex because he's ludicrously wealthy. He plops a few million down for it. He's like, okay, I own this now. And now, I do not, Lyrian? Now, he has to be responsible for all the upkeep. He has to be responsible for keeping those drains clear. He has to make sure that the nearby trees are properly kept so that they don't actually fall over. He has to provide for pest control. When the power goes out, it's his job on the line. He's the one on the hawk, so to speak, for fixing that. All of the responsibility, in short, would be on Huthor for making sure that that happens. Now, of course, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. Huthor probably does not have the money to buy a complex. And you're absolutely right. So it would be on the company that bought it and their percentages. They would probably hire people whose entire job is to do that. And you're probably thinking, well, what's the difference between that and now? Well, every issue I just mentioned is something that the apartment complex I currently live in does not actually do, even though I think they probably should. I'm going to grab a save here, because this is Ridley. I mean, central banks and national banks were a brilliant idea. Economically. Morality, that's another topic, which I honestly haven't thought of, to be completely blunt with you. So, now, Huthor says against private property. I'm going to go ahead and say something adjacent to that. I think the real estate industry is another diamond industry. Now, that's not a controversial topic. I've talked about that on the stream many times. I think that... Whoops, I screwed up my timing. I lost the pattern. There we go. Got it back, got it back. I think that the real estate industry is wrong and broken. I know you could say that about basically every industry. But I mean that way... Like, it's... The problem is, most of the economy, as in the global economy, sits on real estate. Literally, of course, but also figuratively. The problem there is, it's all overvalued. And the wrong things are overvalued for the wrong reasons. My opinion, of course, I do not have evidence of this. But allow me to use a very simple, down-to-earth perspective on this. I think the idea that I have to drop down $360,000 in order to buy a decent house, not a great house, just a decent one, is stupid. Now, obviously that's a very personal level. There are obviously several other things that are involved there. Real estate and relative value of real estate are a thing. You know, I actually used to work in, excuse me, I still live in the Bay Area. I've actually mentioned that before. Hang on just a second. There we go. And as a direct consequence, of course, everyone hits me with questions. Do me a favor, hold on to them while I'm answering another question. Just do me a favor, hold on to them, guys. I don't want to lose them. I know I've lost questions already today. But, for example... Okay, let me rewind a second here. The only real solutions to that are to, once again, restructure the thing from the ground up. I know this sounds like something I'm saying a lot here. It's almost like I'm kind of not joking about the idea of just taking over the planet. But also, there are several things that would have to be hammered out. The most obvious of which is relative value of actual location significance. In other words, if I get a house in the middle of nowhere, which is, you know, just not connected to anything, well, then that's not going to cost me much because it's not worth as much. Now, I'm kind of okay with that. The problem is the percentages involved. It should not cost, so I mentioned the Bay Area earlier, it should not cost $3,000 a month for a flat. That's stupid. Now, I will admit I am biased on this one. You know why? Because I've lived in the street before. And as a direct and actual consequence of that... No, I'm not saying I'm street. I mean, I'm sorry, a ditch. Let's go ahead and go with that. A ditch. Let's be 100% clear about that. If you don't know what a flat is, don't worry about it. So, yeah, I'm a little biased. I will freely admit. It's a very, very small... It's basically smaller than a one-bedroom apartment. That's what it means. No, it's a valid question, because apparently they call that something else in Europe. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so... The other adjacent problem here... and anybody who's watched my show knows I have opinions on this, because I've talked about homelessness before on my show, because it's come up in Star Trek, of all things. Homelessness... Okay, let me be real. Homelessness, in my opinion, is a solvable issue. Now, what I mean by that is there's a difference between whether we can do something or whether we do something, right? Like right now, we have, you know, a tremendous medical technology and access to all sorts of amazing things with regards to power generation and, you know, the computer, losing frames. The network infrastructure we have, you know, all that stuff, we have access to those things. We can do them. We tend not to because there's other things in the way. But the reason I bring that up is because I have to clarify we can solve homelessness, my opinion. And one of the ways we do that is we fix the frickin' real estate industry. Now, whether real estate should be actually a human right, that's an interesting question. Now, the interesting thing about that is I can't bring myself in any way to disagree with that. However, unfortunately, as with most things in life, it is simply not that simple. Because that only applies to housing. Totally with you on the housing thing. But business offices, farmland, airports, government offices, parking. I mean, I could keep going. I'm sure you understand the point I'm trying to make. That category is a little bit more complex. So I think basically what I'm trying to say, Huthor, is, believe it or not, I agree with you, but only about housing. Housing, yeah, no, human beings deserve a roof over our heads. I do think that. I do think that that is one of those human rights. That is my opinion. If that makes me whatever, then it makes me whatever. Right? I do think, however, even for everything else, that we need to do a re-overhaul of the relative value of real estate. Okay, so, sorry. The one, right to repair. Hang on, Rax actually summarized this. Let me scroll up here. Basically, Apple and other companies want to say that you void your warranty when you attempt to fix it by yourself. Okay. So that's actually a little more complex than it sounds of an issue, because in the first point, you'd just be like, duh, of course. Why would you disavow the ability to fix your own stuff? Here's the catch. And this is going to sound like a horrible thing to say, but one of the things you have to keep in mind when you're designing those kind of rules and systems is the stupidest person it's going to apply to. You always design your system for the stupidest. I know that sounds strange. I'm saying that wrong. You always design your system to keep in mind the stupidest. There we go. Let me state that more accurately there. So, if if you want to be legally on the hawk for someone who decides to, I tried to fix my phone, but I don't know what I'm doing with the accent. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. I tried to fix my phone by bathing it for a few minutes, and for some reason that didn't actually work. So, I need you to repair this. You can kind of understand why they would want the legal facet to be like, no, you voided your warranty because you dunked it in the bath, the bath water. And that's why I say that's a more complex topic than it sounds like. Unfortunately, my overall answer would probably be case by case. What there should probably be is some kind of system for evaluating the individual cases and come in and be like, see you around, Dr. Papa Penguin. And be like, okay, well, you just tried to open it up and fix this and that, and it didn't work. Even though you were using other parts, sure, we'll go ahead and replace it under warranty. If you dumped it in the bathtub, you're probably SOL. Now, you're probably actually, if you're paying attention, you're probably like, well, isn't that kind of what those agreements do try to do? Yeah, but in my opinion, they fail miserably because they lawyer it up. It's actually a related topic I was hoping to talk about at some point. You ever heard the phrase that laws exist for lawyers? I have grown over time to believe that more and more in real life. And not universally, obviously. But the point is, the language and style of disclaimers and legal documents has gotten a little bit silly. Specifically, in my opinion, specifically to make them more complex. So it's the consultant thing. It's the consultant thing. I'll just summarize my statement. It's inventing a problem that you can fix. I think that's where those kind of disclaimers are and do. So, yeah. Yeah, lawyers make job for other lawyers. Bingo. Now, to be clear, I'm actually not speaking about the criminal side of things. That's actually unrelated, believe it or not. I'm mostly speaking in the more everyday corporate law, civil law category. Probably not Nemesis. T-Rec is a Type 4 SA2K. And yeah, exactly. Rax makes a very valid point. Absolutely right. That's where I'm on agreement with you, and that's why I'm like. And I know what you're thinking. Well, but lore. Hang on. Hear me out for a second, okay? This is how you fix everything. Give me the power of the queue. I will fix a lot of things because at the very least I could fix the economic structure of the world. And here's how I do it: by redistributing the method by which wealth itself is distributed, thanks to the involvement of those involved. I already talked about that, right? The farm example. By doing that, what I have done is ensured that there is more money that can be distributed that is not sitting, accumulating bad, stagnant debt. It is instead creating a constant vacuum of death. Okay? I'm tying all this in together because this is actually what I would do, because of course I've thought about this because I'm a freaking geek. What do you want from me? I'm a geek about statecraft, okay? You think about StarCraft, I think about building governments, alright? What do you want from me? We create this debt bubble. We ensure that the distribution of wealth is more evenly distributed based on relative effort and worth, as well as value, as well as ownership. Then, that means we can afford, as a species, as a systemic change, we now have something very important which fixes a lot of problems by this one change. And that thing is we can afford more jobs. We can hire more people. And because there's more money being tossed around at the bottom rungs instead of at the top, we have now ensured a system in which we can hire more people. The reason that's so relevant is because hiring more people fixes so many of the other adjacent issues that you guys have been bringing up. The moment when you can suddenly say, hey, don't worry, I can hire you to, for example, handle every single case that comes in via Apple. I don't have to rely on an automated system because I can actually afford the staff. Oh, and by the way, I guarantee you they totally freaking could afford the staff right now if they wanted to. Get a good lunch, Hazardous. I hope I haven't been draining you too badly, buddy. Okay, so, got that. Oh, shoot, what do we do about the homeless problem? Well, oh, gee, if only we had some method of actually being able to ensure that owning a house did not effectively destroy your economic livelihood for the most of your life. Did you know that the actual United States... I don't know if this works this way in other countries, I really don't. But in the United States, the system of housing real estate is the idea... Oh, that's true, I need to pause at some point and eat lunch myself. The idea of what was I talking about? The system is designed to encourage people to not own houses. Now you're probably thinking, wait, what? Hear me out for a second. How many of you have actually looked into house purchasing or owning real estate? I imagine any of you who have are aware of the phrase, don't treat it as the final house. Right? Or however they phrase it a bunch of different things. But don't treat it as the last place you're going to stay at. They actually want you to live there for a while, pay money. Thanks to the fact that you probably don't have a lot of money, there's a pretty good chance that you will be primarily paying money on the interest. That you will not actually be paying off that house. Probably not in the decades range. You are probably going to move sometime within the next 10 years before you've started paying off the house. In case you missed that, that means that you didn't buy so much as a cent of that house. All you did was pay off interest on the house. You follow? Come on, hit me. There we go. Oh, I hate this trick. Oh my god, first try. I cannot believe I got that first try. I never get that first try. Holy crap. That is probably the hardest trick in the entire game for me right there. Yeah, second and third mortgages are a thing. That's just how that works. By design. Ugh. Nah, I'm doing okay in health. Managed debt and look into debt consolidation sometimes, Shishki. Hello, Boster. Hello, Doralis. A U.S. president who I admire? Lincoln. I actually don't have any problem saying that. So I use audio cues on this fight, so I'm going to suck on this fight a little bit. Ah! Yep, nope, I was not ready for that. Hang on. This is actually a hard boss. Not because it's difficult, but because if you screw up at all, you're dead. At least the way I do it, because I come in here a little under level. Oh my god, that might be death? It's okay. I'm already on to phase 2. Hang on just a second. We're good, we're good. I think I made it. Oh, cool, Valerian. I do hope to see you more. Alright. You mean... What do you mean, Zawan? I'm sorry. I need, like, an example. Hang on, I just got, like, 20 questions at once. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? That depends, Boster. At the moment, if you ask me right now, the answer is yes. But we're not done yet. Okay, we're done, we're done. Okay, so scroll up, scroll up. Hang on, I'm going to answer everyone's questions, and I probably should eat some lunch. And then we'll be back. We'll keep playing. Hang on. So scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. God, I feel like I missed several questions here. Okay, so... If some outside alien force came up and offered me unlimited resources to take over the world, would you? Yeah. How would you factor in who should be allowed to have jobs, such as illegal immigrants? That's a refugee thing, not a real estate thing. That's a whole other topic. We can leave refugee stuff for later. Scrolling down, scrolling down. Thoughts on the election? Waste of money. There. You want the super answer? Waste of money. People blow way, way, way too much money on election campaigns. Thank you very much, Duralis. Always appreciate and oblige. Thank you. Yes, Super Metroid is probably my favorite Metroid. Hang on, scrolling. I'm missing stuff. And I need to go, because she can actually kill you here. In fact, it's actually really easy for her to kill you. She's technically harder in this phase than the rest of the phases, if not for the fact that you have the Hyper Beam. Yeah, she hits like an absolute truck, attacks nonstop, and never stops advancing on you this entire phase. It's actually really well designed. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Brian. Hang on. Someone asked a question. All the topics, Skin Courier, all the time. Do I agree with many countries in strictly limiting campaigning to about 1 month? Yes. Mandekler, we actually spent a huge amount of time discussing the Electoral College earlier, Mandekler. So, should we save or kill the animals? Quick, guys, save or kill, save or kill. Ah! Oh god, I'm screwing up here. This is... I'm not saying this is the hardest part of the game, but this is, again, one of those instances where it's really easy to screw up because so many of your inputs are eaten in this section of the game. Well, then that's ridiculous and stupid, Zawan. I can't even imagine why they would... Oh, okay, actually, never mind. I take it back. I know exactly why they do that. It's because they want you to buy a new phone. Okay, last trick of the run. Hooah! I screwed that up so much. Quick, if you have a question, now's the time. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be back in like an hour. I am going to take a brief lunch break, and then we'll be back. I'll figure out another game to play. I've still got like 3 games I could play that I can play while talking. This is just one of them. I can also play Metroid again. So, you know. Right, so Military-Industrial Complex is one of the shadiest piles of crap I've ever seen. At least in modern sense. I mean, I've seen shadier stuff in history. When was the last time I voted in an election? This is the first time I ever have. By coincidence. Although, it's worth noting that I primarily voted on the Senate and the House than I did the president, because, you know, duh. I did vote in the president. I mean, there's no reason not to. There's no reason not to while I'm there, right? By the way, time. And again, as I said, I've gained a renewed appreciation for the executive branch this year. Yeah, way too long. How do we vet potential workers? So first of all, let's get rid of child labor laws. Or, I'm saying that wrong. I'm saying that wrong. Let's get rid of child labor. Sorry. Let's be very clear. Child labor, no. And I'm going to explain why. I could give an economic theory. Oh, wow, 1 hour, 6 minutes. I could give an economic answer. But here's the summary. If we as a society need to employ children, we done screwed up. So, yeah, no. No child labor. Gone. As far as how do we vet potential workers, that really is far more about citizenship than anything else. No, of course not, Zawan. That's stupid. A child who opens a lemonade stand is not a child laborer. Don't pull it technically. You know what happens when you pull it technically. If you want to employ a child at a job, that involves a W-2 and a paycheck and all the other things that jobs involve, then the answer is no. What about accepted exceptions like farmhands? No, I'm going to keep going with no on that one. Child acting? That's a much different concept. Because that's very different. Child slavery. There you go. Now, it is worth noting, so some people are obviously misunderstanding me, so allow me to be 100% clear. Because Hazardous just brought up, what about a 14-year-old? Child, what's PG-13? 13 and under, I believe? That's a child. That's a no. And yeah, it's also worth noting, and I can tell you this because I've actually studied television productions quite a bit. Yeah, if you are employing someone who's under 13, there are massively strict things on what you can do with them. It's one of the reasons why most child actors suck. It's one of the reasons why that tends to be a problem in movies and in television. No judgment, it's just there's everything in the way of making that actually a good episode or a good movie, right? So, I'm still 100% in favor of the massive restrictions we have on employing a child, again, 13 and under, when it comes to acting. Now, if you're talking about an 8-year-old who goes out and helps pick the strawberries, that's a little bit... Oh, I'm super not answering that question, Phoenix Tell. That's a little different, because, again, that's not really a W-2 on a thing and blah, blah, blah. But, of course, that brings up the question, well, how do you track that sort of thing? And, of course, hey, we got the best time. That brings up the problem of implementation. Because, I mean, that doesn't... everything I've mentioned also applies to... oh, yeah, by the way, Dear Force, that also applies to quote-unquote illegal immigrants. Because the only thing that actually determines an illegal immigrant is they haven't gone through the citizenship process. Also, the citizenship process is not a binary thing. There's actually layers. Like, if I wanted to go to Canada right now, I could. I can get a place to stay, I could get a place to work, I could pay my taxes. I wouldn't be a citizen, but I would be like 2 layers below that. Or, no, excuse me, 1 layer below that. I could be 2 layers below that. I could work up to becoming a citizen. And you see how this gets a little bit gray. But even someone who is as part of the working process, if you are part of the working process, that should probably be something that is covered by human decency, for lack of a better way to put it. At the very least, it should be illegal to be indecent. I know. Shocking. I'm going to chop off for lunch. I will be back in about 40 minutes, something like that. I need to rest my throat, too. Good lord. What's the most evil thing I've done in a game? KOTOR 1. I mean, it was an hour and 4 times, so it was a pretty crap time, Mighty Mage, but, you know.